Greetings, programs. Welcome to Hydaelyn's Heroes, the Final Fantasy XIV show, where whether you're a warrior of light or a warrior of darkness, all are welcome on the star we call home. And this is our premiere episode, episode number 1. And we're going to talk about Endwalker, MSQ, and all the shenanigans that came with it. But before we get into that, I want to introduce my co-host for this show. He is the Thanos to my Iron Man, my favorite triple legend, Piers Harvey. How you doing, sir?
Why am I Thanos? Do I have the Infinity Stones or something?
Well, it's going to be you're going to be a different villain each time, and I'm going to be a different hero. So,
okay, that's fine.
Our prelude episode, you were Hans and I was John. So,
oh, I got you. Yeah, that makes sense.
It's going to be a thing. It'll catch on.
Yeah. It will. No, I feel it. I'm feeling it.
And hey, I wanted to give you a villain that actually won. He actually, accomplished his goals.
That's true. He did.
So
that's pretty cool. I'll take the big purple guy. That's fine.
All right. So we're going to get... Love the shirt, by the way. I have that shirt as well.
Yes, thank you.
Mine's purple, not blue, though.
This is the Shinryu one.
Oh, dope.
I think you have the Hades one.
I got the Hades one, yeah. I didn't know there was a Shinryu one. I
ordered the Perfect Alexander shirts and they got returned to sender, so now I'm waiting for them to go back on sale. It's really a shame. So
that is, I have mine and I can't wait to get in there, beat it so I can wear it proudly instead of looking like a poser.
Sure.
But let's get to the show. We haven't really, we talked to some patch notes on our previous, prelude episode, our 0.5 episode.
Yeah.
But the expansion is launched. It was big. It was really big. It took me over a week of miscellaneous stuff to get it done. How long did it take you to get the MSQ done?
It took me a lot longer than I normally would. I was trying to follow along with it with somebody else. Shout out to Winnie in the chat, I'm sure, if you're here. But
shout out Winnie.
We both took time off to play it together when the first release date was announced, and of course that came and went when they decided to push it back a couple weeks. So I still was able to take a few days off, but Winnie was not so lucky. So it took me a little bit longer to get it done than normal. Probably, I think, like 2 weeks or so, maybe like a week and a half. But it was a pretty chunky MSQ this time around. Some would say to its detriment, but I still pretty thoroughly enjoyed it. So,
yeah. What was the tag that Yoshi P at 30% more than what Shadowbringers was, and that was already a chunky story.
Yeah.
Overall, I think there's some parts they definitely could have cut out. Like any good movie, you're going to have your director's cut, your big chunk, 4 or 5 hours of footage, but you need to get that into a more manageable and tight, compact story to be consumed. And I think they might have missed the marks here and there, but we'll dive into some particulars. We're going to start at the very beginning, though. We're going to start with the opening. Coming into the game, we start in Limsa Lominsa, and Kryl and Tataru are showing us off over to Sharlayan. How did you feel that the whole opening and the boat scene played out? What was your feels on that?
I thought it was pretty good. Seeing the gang all together is obviously really cool. Having that initial chat with good old Hydaelyn and kind of seeing her in her, I guess we'll wait till later, but her Vana form, right? So we didn't really know who that was. We knew it was Hydaelyn, right? But we didn't know
we knew it was Vana.
Why she was wearing that outfit, right? So I thought that was really interesting, kind of intriguing. But overall, I mean, I enjoyed the opening. I thought it was nothing crazy special, but I thought it was cool.
I really liked the opening. I thought that opening was pretty good. I was like, oh, it's Vana. But when they showed her text and they showed the name, it was Hydaelyn. So I was a little confused. I was like, okay, so this is not Vana? This is Hydaelyn's true form? And then I remembered Vana is the heart of Hydaelyn, so that then made sense.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
But it felt really good up until when we actually got to Sharlayan, where I think getting us into actual content and into the world, it actually really dragged. Being in that initial Charlene, it set the stage, but I felt that it was a little long in the tooth.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose I can understand that viewpoint. For me, I was just so caught up in the new expansion hype that I just didn't really care. I really felt like it was really cool getting to Charlene. Like the music was really getting to me, and just the area was getting to me. And I don't normally take a lot of screenshots in the game, but I took a couple
Sure.
screenshots when I first got the Charlene, so it was good. I was not feeling that drag for a while in the MSQ. I was just
Okay.
riding that new expansion train. So.
Yeah, I will
Um,
say the adrenaline hype for the new expansion can carry you quite a ways. So maybe
yeah,
replaying it, I'm sure we both feel it more acutely.
yeah,
I was trying to be
for
very
sure.
critical because I was taking notes for the entire expansion. Preparing myself for other shows and such. So
Yeah.
I was trying to approach this thing critically and really dive deep and see some nuances. One of the things that was introduced as a new feature was this follow along companion system.
Hmm.
At first, I kind of liked it. It fleshed out some story. Got to, talk to Kryle and I think it was Alphino to start. And I liked the system when it first started, but the more they used it, and they used it in side quests. It wasn't just MSQ; it was in side quests and such.
Hmm.
It really started to wear. But initially in Charlan, I kind of liked it. What are your thoughts on this new system, and where do you see the system moving forward?
I really, really enjoyed it. I think it actually held its own all the way until the end of the expansion story, and I think it's going to continue into the future. I think it's really interesting for people who are interested in the lore, in uh, having conversations with these NPCs that you might not otherwise. Being able to take them even away from where you normally would, like where the quest marker's taking you, taking them to the side somewhere where they might comment on something else that might not be exactly like on point with the story, but tangential, something, asking what that monument is over there or how their feeling is about this. I thought the flavor was really good. I think that it's something that will definitely be used in the future, and I'm excited to see more of it going forward, personally. So there are some times where that follow system really hit home for
Sure.
me. That's very much later in our discussion today, but we'll get there when we get there. But yeah, I really enjoyed it.
So I enjoyed it too. Again, it fleshed some things out, gave you a little bit more world building, character building, and it wasn't in this initial sections because you couldn't mount up and you
Hmm.
didn't have any of the aetherites to teleport around. But later on, when you're like, okay, I know where I need to go. I don't need to, have you follow me around and hit these markers. It
Yeah,
was restrictive.
yeah,
Like you
and
couldn't.
I think that's even been mentioned though. I think the development team wants to add functionality to this following system to make it smoother, to
Mhm.
make it so that you can teleport, to maybe even be able to mount up with this NPC or something. Something like that. I think would be a lot of fun or very cool. I think this is just the original, uh,
Idea and implementation.
idea. Yes, and they're going to iterate on it
Yeah.
going forward to make it better. So
I hope so because there's a lot of people that don't really care. They just wanted to get through the MSQ, get to the end game,
oh,
get through
for
the
sure.
content.
Yeah.
So the fact that there's no way to skip that, it seemed when they were talking about it that it was going to be optional, and
Yeah.
it actually isn't. So if you're going to do a quest, if you're going to go through this MSQ, you've got to go through those beats. And that's where I think they may have missed the mark. I think it does need to be something optional.
Hmm.
And if you mount up, they don't just stick there and you lose them and you have to try to find out where they left and go pick them back up.
Yeah. Yeah. For
All
sure.
right. Any big story beats that you found surprising in Charlayan that led us into getting into the actual content?
Nothing crazy that I can think about in Charlayan itself.
Hmm.
Uh, Nothing really hit me as like super surprising until we started getting into a little bit later in the story. Um, just stuff like that.
Sure, sure.
What about
Um,
you? Like, what just hit you?
uh, I, I liked seeing the forum and having that little bit of interaction, kind of seeing the inside of how it actually worked.
Yeah.
Seeing that we do kind of have a pseudo ally. I forget his name. I didn't jot down the notes, but we do have a pseudo ally with us, and we see him as part of the crafting scenarios later. So we're not just alone and just shut out. And then Alphina's mother was later, right? That was on the revisit. Okay.
Yes, I believe it was.
So I thought she should have came in earlier, but I kind of understand that we gotta get to the pressing matters. So moving on from Charlene, no big reveals or anything like that. A little bit of interaction. We now have a split in where we can go, and this happened to Shadowbringers. You could go to Lakeland, or I'm sorry, you could go to Calusia, or you could go to Amarang. Here you can go to Labyrinthos or Thavnair. Which did you choose? Which was your preferred path?
I went to Thavnair first.
You went to Thavnair, okay. And how do you feel that played out, and going to Thavnair, doing that, getting to the end of that where we know that lands, and then moving on to Charlene?
I thought that Thavnair was okay. Meeting our elephant friend. What's his name? Like Matsuya or something like that. I forget.
Matsuya.
Yeah, he was a cool dude. And getting to know that new beast tribe, and then going over to that area with the alchemists, and because we've always known that Thavnair was super big in alchemy, all the way back from like 2.0 when you did your relic weapon, right? Jalzan, the guy who worked alongside Geralt. He was from Razat Han, so like we knew always that alchemy was really big in Thavnair, and so actually getting to see how passionate these people are about alchemy, and that when you first come up on that little town, they're all like lying on the ground, and you think they're dead.
Oh my god, I did think they were dead. I thought they were dead.
They were just like chilling there, like some concoction or something knocked them out or something crazy, right? Like. I thought that was a lot of fun, so I had a good time in Thavnair, and overall I thought that was cool. And then going back to Labyrinthos was fine too. So I thought that was pretty cool. What did you do? How did you feel?
So I went to Charlene first, kind of knowing that Tower of Zot was going to be the end of Thavnair. I kind of wanted to do Charlene. I didn't want to break it up, the pacing, so I went to Charlene first. Let's go back to Thavnair, since you started on there. I did enjoy the colors. The colors in Thavnair, Razathan, so vibrant. Really enjoyed the assault on the senses of the colors. And that's in contrast to Later Zone, but I found that very enjoyable. You're right. I thought everyone was dead. I was like, oh my god, what happened? Yep. Did Fandaniel get here first? What's going on? Oh my god. So the fact that they were just all sleeping, waiting for supplies was like, okay. I know there's going to be a lot of trials and tribulations with this huge story. So
yeah.
Level design, I felt it was good. It's definitely two halves to this zone. You got the west side and the east side. So this west side is good opening leveling area. Fates are spread out. It was a little difficult, day one to get your fates because they're dying so quickly because everyone gets their riding mount speed. But it was a good zone. But I'm glad I did it second, because when I got to the point where, okay, we're at the Tower of Zot, I would have felt kind of in my stomach if I had to stop that and then go to a whole nother zone and do that half.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'm glad I did Charlene first. Moving on over to Charlene. The fun music, I thought it was really enjoyable. It got me like, yeah, this is nice. I like it. This is the first expansion, and I don't know how you felt, that I turned off mount music, and it's still off, so that I can enjoy the music in these zones. I love all the music. Charlene is perfect, and I guess that's different music for which section of Charlene that you're in. I'm seeing a lot of that in these zones.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about Labyrinthos as a zone.
Labyrinthos is his own. You got the two halves. Thavnair
Yeah.
has two sets of music. Marilyn
Yep.
Patorum has two sets of music. So
Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. That they did that. The music has been overall really stellar. I also turned off mount music as well. There's a few zones
Word.
that hit me a lot harder than other
Yeah,
zones.
fair.
Some just like always, I have my own tastes, but overall, yeah, I think the music has been really really good, really consistent. So yeah, yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed the zone music so far. So
Good, good, good. Um,
Mhm.
I had talked about the level design of Thavnair. That's where I think the first half of Labyrinthos kind of failed us.
Mhm.
And I'm meaning that in, you know, it's one half, but it's two levels on this one half. And the
Yeah.
only way to get around to that bottom half is to go around through these mines. If
Yep.
you're wanting to get these fates so you can get your mount speed right away, that is a pain in the butt. Like you had to situate yourself in the mines and hope you can get the ones that are closer to you. Because again, everyone's rushing to these fates so they
Yep.
can get their mount speed too.
Yep.
I felt the level design here, there needed to be something on the other end that could help you get down to the lower level. And there was nothing like that. And we can't fly.
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's not, and we couldn't jump even. I wanted like, can I just jump off this ledge to like, get down to the bottom? Nope,
Yeah.
nope. That I would have enjoyed that, and then I could aetherite back up to the upper level. There wasn't even an aetherite down in the lower level for crying out loud.
Nope. There's three Aetherites in Labyrinthos, and like they're not evenly split. Like two of them are down at the very bottom on that ring, and it just makes no sense to me why they couldn't have like put one on each level, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, having to go through those mines was a bit of a pain. I personally didn't do any fates, so God
Oh,
help you that you did for the mount speed. But
it helped
um,
out. It really did help out
yeah,
getting
I didn't
to and
even
fro.
think about it. Like just doing 6 fates for so you can get your mount speed would have been super easy for me. I just didn't even think that that was a thing you could do until later. So, but yeah, I thought that was weird. Like later on when you go back to Labyrinthos, they let you use an elevator. You can go down, up and down. But like I know lore reasons why they don't let you use that elevator. But like still, it just doesn't make a lot of sense that they'd force you to have to go all the way around to get back between those two levels of Labyrinthos. Was a little funky that they did that, but you know.
Any we'll start with Labyrinthos, but
Mhm.
any big story points that you want to point out here that made you go wow or ooh or that's really important or maybe kind of shocked you a little bit for Labyrinthos.
In Labyrinthos,
Yeah.
nothing super. Did was that initial time in Labyrinthos where we saw the Elpis flower?
Yes. Yeah, that was
Okay,
with
so
Cry.
like yeah, obviously that was going to be a thing, right?
Mm.
I didn't know where it was going they were going to go with that. But seeing how like the color would change based on people's emotions was a little weird. Again, I had no idea where they were going to go with that. So
Hmm.
it was an interesting, intriguing story moment, and obviously seeing these what are those people called? The people that go out and they collect things for
The Gleamers.
Charlene and come back. The
Gleamers.
yes, the Gleaners. Seeing them like hoarding things and like something is clearly going down,
Yeah.
right? The forum is authorizing something, and we don't know what it is.
A big push of
Uh,
some sort.
you could kind of tell that they're like doomsday prepping, right? So like you kind of knew that that was going on, but you didn't know what their end goal was or what their plan was. And I initially thought that they were going to like they were building a bunker down in like Labyrinthos so they can lit like I think that was most people's thought, right? No idea what was gonna come later on and what their real plan was, but I thought that was really intriguing. So that whole story beat got me really interested in what's going to happen with the forum and with the Charlene as a whole, like what their plan was an initial, ultimately going to be. I thought that was really cool to speculate on.
Sure.
So
My two favorites from Labyrinthos, and the first one was actually just kind of minor, but it's when we were transformed into frogs and we're doing a little
yeah,
spy
that was
mission.
fun. That
I
was
thought that
fun.
was cute that the Gleamer and his name escapes me. God, it's been so long. Uh, only a couple months,
Yeah,
but the fact that he could see through, he could see that we weren't true frogs. There was something different
yeah,
with us. So he pieced it together. He's a smart cast, and he ends up being very integral to the remainder of our story, which I found kind of surprising that this little one-off character that I thought was one-off would become such an integral part to things moving forward. But then, yes, you're right. The overall direction and initiative that the forum put on all the Gleamers and everyone in Labyrinthos made you feel like there was this crazy sense of urgency. Why is everything going? We know that the end of days are coming.
Yeah.
We don't know how. They seem to have more information, but aren't revealing to us.
Mm-hmm.
And then, God, what is his name?
It starts with an E. Is it?
Yeah.
I know he was a bunny boy. He's a bunny boy, and his name starts with E. I'm pretty sure his name starts with E. But
oh my goodness, I'm gonna be kicking myself here.
Yeah, same.
Aaronville.
I should have said Aaronville. Yeah.
Okay, so Aaronville kind of points out, that because he's been doing this for a while, that it seems more like set up for a migration, because they're not storing it like really there. They are storing it there, but it's to be moved somewhere else. So that got me thinking, well, where are they going to move to? Are they going to move to Mericidia, or they're going to move further west, to the whole other side of the planet? But if this is the end of days, isn't the whole planet like in kind of screwed? I also thought maybe a bunker just dive down deep and they kind of protect themselves. But of course, they didn't get into any big scoops and details. But I thought that was great. Let's move over to Thavnir. One of my favorite parts in Thavnir was the alchemists. I love their interactions, how they kind of faked us out with their death. The other part that I liked was, clearly I didn't do my homework with this, but the servant for the Sultan.
The little Aura kid.
Yeah,
right?
The little Aura kid. Something was off with him.
Yeah, clearly.
My initial thought is he was a mammoth puppet for the Sultan dude. Not understanding that the Sultan dude is not actually the Sultan dude. He's actually Vitra, the big dragon, which we find out later.
Yeah.
So that was a cool twist. Something I expected, but they put a twist on it to make, oh my goodness, that was a big reveal. What did you think about Thavnir's storylines? Any big moments that got you going, ooh, ah?
Well, I thought that was, what you mentioned was really cool. Obviously, their whole plan with trying to create these like tempering proof little amulets that you can like hold, and that being integral to the plan to like actually take the fight to the Telepharoi, right, and like go after Xenos and Fandaniel, right? Like I thought that was cool, and finding out that it's like they need dragon scales to do this, and obviously with seeing all the teaser stuff for Endwalker, we knew Vitra was going to be a thing. So like I kind of put two and two together that like the guardian, they're talking about this guardian dragon that like watches over the Thavnir and all that. And it's like, yeah, it's going to be Vitra. I didn't think that he was going to be the satrap. Like, that's really cool.
Thank you.
That whole story is really interesting to me. But overall, yeah, I mean, I thought that was that really, really cool little story that we got with the alchemists and all that. And meeting that one female alchemist elephant woman was cool. And she ended up being a pretty integral part of the story as well as Aaronville. So
Asahokra?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah. So we want to hear from you guys, though. What do you guys think? Leave us down a comment down below. Tell us about your experiences with Labyrinthos and Thavnir. We'd love to hear from you. Also hit that like button and more to come. Let's move on with the story, though. We now move into one of my favorite zones, and that might sound a little weird. Actually, I'm sorry. We got to take a step back. Our first dungeon. We finally get through Charlayan. We get through Thavnir. Once those are complete, now we have a sense of urgency because we have our talismans that protect everyone else. And we can take our party with us because, we're immune. We have the blessing of light. but everyone else need protection. So now they can come with us and we can go into the Tower of Zot and try to take it down. I love this dungeon from the moment the music came in, and maybe it was part that I was really just needing a Jones of combat after 2 zones of story and story and story. I really loved this dungeon. The bosses, they're all basically one boss. The second one was pretty simple. I loved Mindy the most. I loved her interactions and her different fire bio, all that fun stuff. I guess the best part, and I don't know if you did this, but I did everything the first time through with a trust for the first time. I really loved the interactions and getting to see that little bit of extra. It really fleshed it out and made it quite enjoyable experience. What was your favorite parts, at least favorite parts of the Tower of Zot?
I did it with a party of players because I was going through it with Winnie.
Sure.
And I thought it was good. Yeah, the music is obviously really nostalgic. And the whole zone itself was really the whole dungeon itself was really interesting, going through the inner workings of one of these towers. The bosses were really cool. I kind of agree with you. At least when it comes to the mid bosses, I think that Mindy is the cooler of the two, because she can throw out some really nasty stuff, and people still end up dying a lot in that fight even today.
I know.
So because they just don't know how the little orbs work, right? That she shoots out.
Yeah.
So
going from bio to fire, because you're restricted, you got to wait for that bio cleave to go out, and then you got to hustle butt to get into that fire circle, or you get wrecked.
Pretty nasty. Yeah. But I like that boss a lot. I like the second boss a lot too. It's definitely a lot more simple once you know what you're doing, but it's still fun. It's a mid boss. And then the final boss, all 3 of them at once. When we first went in there, we had no idea what was going on, so we were just like killing the other 2 sisters instead of Cindy first, and they were just coming back, and we had no idea what was going on. And somebody like had marked the 2 ones like attack first, and I don't know if they were trolling or not. But once we found out that he obviously had to kill Cindy first before he could take out Mindy and Sandy, whatever their names are. I
just call them Mindy, Cindy, and Sandy.
Yeah, that made more sense, and it's just hectic, crazy AOE dodging fest. Really interesting to be like the first boss to have that much like craziness going on in that fight. Honestly, looking at the fights to come in the story dungeons, it's one of the tougher ones, I think. So to start off with that was really interesting. Just kind of throwing players into the fire for the first dungeon. So I overall really liked it. I always like getting it in roulettes and when I'm leveling my new jobs. I enjoy going through that dungeon just to level up. So yeah, overall I really enjoyed it. So.
Now you started a new job. You started Reaper. Have you started collecting any of the glamours, sets, weapons to have options for your glamour? Because I know you do glam.
Yeah.
Have you been collecting any of that stuff?
I have. So when Winnie and I first completed that dungeon, we both really liked the gear. It was obviously like the Bone Wicca set from the Stormblood dungeon. I forget what it's Swallow's Compass.
Swallow's Compass, yes.
Yeah. So we already were like, yeah, let's go right back in there immediately, because we were both kind of on the adrenaline of just completing a new dungeon too, and we wanted the new gear. So we went back in there and did it a few times to get that set. So I have the maiming set from the Tower of Zot, and overall I really like it. I like the weapons a lot. I like purple's my favorite color, so the purple accents on all the weapons really just hit me right here. So I really like the weapons. The gear obviously is a new, or is a retrain of an old set, but you can dye it, so that's really cool that you can dye that set. So yeah, I really like the Tower of Zot set. So
good stuff. I like it too. I love the purple and dark. Very clean. I feel it's a lot cleaner. Just a little more edgy, I guess. Maybe it's just the black and the purple. And I've been collecting all of my sage weapons. I started a new job as well.
Of
The
course, yeah,
sage weapons are dope. I love all the
yeah.
sage weapons. Actually, I'm gonna backtrack. There's one type of sage weapon that I don't like, and it's the little floral ones, the
The
little
four
tiny
ones,
ones. Yeah, that hook on your back like a little, 4-leaf clover on your back. Not a
yes.
big fan of those. I'm thinking they could probably do something with that. But overall, sage weapons so much better than books. So
Yeah,
much
yeah.
better than books.
I'm happy that you get to do something other than books for once.
Oh,
And I actually really like how there are three different styles
yes.
of sage weapons, and I think that's really unique and something I think more jobs could take advantage of is how these weapons like sit on your back. So
Yep.
really, really cool.
Uh, wings, pendulums, and then the 4-leaf clover ones. So yeah, I'm loving Sage. One thing about the difficulty with Tower of Zot, though, I found the trash, at least from a healing perspective, to be kind of brutal. If you're not expecting, you're expecting a leveling dungeon, maybe you can kind of breeze through. It's not, and you don't have your full 90 kit, but you do have the tools to get through.
Hmm.
But unless you're prepared on these like 9 pull packs, you better be properly rotating your stuff. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself in a wipe. How'd you feel about the difficulty?
Yeah, I mean, just the pulls themselves. I mean, the first few pulls in that dungeon are not too bad because you're only limited to a couple packs at a time. You're like limited to
Yeah,
a pet, like three mobs,
they
and then
will stop you. Yeah.
the big giant, and then like another three mobs and the giant, and then even the second set, like the second, from the first mid boss to the second mid boss can be a little sketchy, but it's the last few pulls in that dungeon that really get nasty because you've got those big iron colossuses that like are notoriously always hit really hard.
Yep.
So you got those, and you've got like nine, like you said, like nine of them, and that's kind of pretty hefty for a dungeon pull. So I've noticed that for the most part, especially on certain tanks, Dark Knight, it's a lot harder to keep them up with those packs than some of the other dungeons that we've gotten over the years. So yeah, again, it's just another instance of them just throwing us in the fire for this first dungeon, and I think it's kind of refreshing, actually.
I do
So
too. I do too.
yeah.
All right. Tower of Zot. What do you guys think? Drop a comment down below. Let us know what you think. And with that, we will now move on to the next full zone, which is Garlemald. And I was starting to say that this is probably one of my favorite zones, probably top 2. Not sure if it's 1 or 2, but I really like this zone. We haven't had a snow zone since Western Corthus, if I'm not thinking incorrectly.
I think you're right. Yeah.
So I like an occasional snow zone. The fact that it was on this backdrop of this ruined and destroyed city, we're trying to come in as basically the National Guard with the Red Cross, trying to help these people, but keep ourselves safe because we know we're in hostile territory, but these people need help and we're trying to help them. So I loved the backdrop and the juxtaposition of invader and conqueror and conquered, and flipped on its head. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about Garlemald as a zone and its overall story aspects?
Garlemald hit really, 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 really hard for me. It was an incredible zone and an incredible span of the story. Was in Garlemald. The only criticism I have about Garlemald is we didn't get enough of it. I want more, and that's a good thing when you want more of it. The story was really good. The zone itself was really good. I wish we could have seen Garlemald in its heyday. It sucks so bad how we have to go when it's already in ruins. Like that really, really blows.
And maybe we will if we do a restoration. This becomes maybe a housing zone. Maybe we'll get to see it in its newfound glory. Maybe we'll see.
I'm hoping that in the future of the story, where we're going after 6.0, there is some sort of Garlean reconstruction because I think it is coming. I don't think that it's not that they're not going to do it. I absolutely think it's coming. We've already kind of, we have our friends in Garlemald now with Euless, and we've got Sid who would probably want to, rebuild his town. We've got Livia or not Livia, but her sister, the Ishgardian chick who is actually a Garlean. in Maximus or whatever that guy is, Maxima. We have Garlean people who are there and wanting to help. So I think that yeah, Garlean's going to go through some reconstruction at some point. But yeah, overall, I mean, some of the hardest hitting moments in Endwalker for me was in Garlemald personally. So yeah, really cool.
What were some of the high notes and low notes of Garlemald? Because while this is one of my favorite zones, and I love the snow, it did drag in a little bit of places here and there, and not too much. But what do you think are some of the best and worst of the story?
The best for me, definitely finding that little refugee camp that were taking up in that like mansion to the east part of the map. That really hit hard because, like you said, it really kind of shows how indoctrinated the Garlean people are of hatred of the Eorzean people. Like their whole lives, they've kind of been told that Eorzeans are these brutes. They're
Savages.
They're below. Yes, savages. Right? They're below us. Like they shouldn't be trusted, all that stuff. And then, we want to come and help, but, they don't want help from people who they see as below them or who are coming to conquer them or, any of that stuff. So like the lengths that just those little refugees over in that little mansion area was really just kind of hit me really hard. And seeing that sister and her younger sister end up like fleeing for their lives and they end up dead, like that's really crazy. And obviously with the whole the first legion that we meet up with in the little subway underneath the Garlean little city there, that was really cool. And whatever his name was it the First Legion's general guy, right?
Quintus.
And how much pride that he has, and how he just refuses to take any help from the Eorzean Alliance. Like that was crazy, and he ended up, what ended up happening to him was absolutely insane too, and that was a moment that hit really hard. So. And then the final scene that really hit hard in Garlemald was obviously the duty that we had to do, the solo duty. I think that hits everybody. I know that there's been some complaints about it, the difficulty of it, and I know that they have kind of alleviated the difficulty of it. But I think that the difficulty was integral.
Yeah.
To the experience of that solo duty. They wanted you to feel helpless. They wanted you to feel weak. And my God, they made you feel that in that solo instance. When you were in the body of just a regular dude, a Garlean of all things, who can't use magic, right? So you were, just trying your best to get through this crazy circumstance. And by the end of it, you feel like, how strong you are as the Warrior of Light and just how weak everybody else is compared to you. It really made you feel that in gameplay and not just telling you, right?
Yeah.
So that was the best moment in Garlemald by far, and one of the top moments for me overall in Endwalker. So
I'm going to agree with you. I have 4 big points. The twins, you've already nailed that. Showing that again, the juxtaposition of where we were and where they are. But we're coming to help, and they just don't understand that. They say, how can they come and help us? So that they're fearful. They've seen everything around them in their home being destroyed, so they're absolutely fearful for everything coming at them. I mean, how can someone that they have and their people are going to conquer come back and just be willing to help? I mean, and the fact that they went to such lengths to get away, that they end up dying in each other's arms, was just gut wrenching. It was so hard. Quintus is, we'll just say passing. I don't want to spoil anything about it's a spoiler cast. It's been months, but I'm not going to go into the detail. His passing, I'm sure hits a lot of people because that kind of passing is just emotionally divergent from where I would ever be. Like, I can't understand being in that place. So it boggles the mind to feel that there's no other way out, because you feel like the only thing that's going to come of this is you're going to be subjugated and basically made into slaves, and that you won't have your own freedom. The third, and just one of the most active parts, was Metal Gear Thancred. I loved that part. That was such a good mix up of action. What do you feel about Metal Gear Thancred and that action stealth combat?
Yeah, I like that whole solo instance myself too. Like that was a really cool one. Being able to take control of Thancred and sneaking around. It literally was just Metal Gear, right? You're sneaking around
Yes.
this like high tech little encampment, right? So it's just like
Shadow
Snake
Moses all
sneaking
over
around
again.
Shadow Moses or something, right? And you're knocking out guards and you're taking out little robots and stuff, and just to achieve this goal. I thought that was really cool. That we got to experience that, and even beyond that, just the whole solo duty itself. Like once you take control of your character again, protecting the caravan, and
Mm-hmm. Yep.
like fighting off these like tempered Garleans, right? Or it was pretty interesting, and definitely really cool. I like that a lot.
Uh, and then yes, my fourth one was also the one you mentioned, uh, the body swap. The body
Yeah.
swap was just, it gave you this cringe moment where like, oh my god, Xenos has my body and I'm stuck. What the hell's gonna happen? Everyone's in danger. I, I, I felt panicked.
Yeah.
And I might came across on my stream too. I was really panicked. Like, oh my God, I got to get through this, and I got to get through too. There's a timer. I'm going to run out of time and people are going to die. Not really understanding that. Okay, I just failed the duty and I'd start over. But um, true panic actually set in because like, this guy's a madman and he has my body, and I have to at least warn them, to that it's not me, and don't come embrace me, because he'll probably just try to kill you with the I didn't have the books, but my sage weapons will go pew pew in your face. So
Yep.
that was absolutely anxiety filled moment. I will say the payoff at the end of it had me going, well, okay, well, that you're just gonna swap this back and nothing's actually happening. Like, I thought that was a prime moment to really set stakes for this expansion,
Yeah.
and giving Xenos, like, if Xenos kills someone there, his arc through the rest of this story has more meaning, in my opinion. The fact that he didn't actually do anything here or really in the rest of the story, Xenos is probably the biggest failure of Endwalker. How do you feel about the end of that
Uh,
section?
Yeah, I agree with you. Obviously I didn't want anybody to get seriously injured or killed from our team because I'm so attached to all of them. But I think there's a missed opportunity there, and I think there is a missed opportunity with Xenos overall. I don't know if I would label it a failure overall. And we'll discuss this when we get to the last zone, but I overall feel that the story of Xenos was well executed, but I feel like they could have done a lot more with him throughout the Endwalker story, because you know you, they built him up to be this huge threat who was going to be a huge part of this Endwalker story, and he ended up really only showing up in a few key places. And while I do feel like the places he showed up were executed well, I feel like they could have done a lot more. Like you said, I feel like there could have been a lot more stakes with the story. And there are a lot of stakes in the story. Again, when we get to further zones, we can discuss that. But yeah, I agree. I feel like it was kind of melodramatic how it ended. I mean, we at the end of that solo duty, we're crawling on the ground to get to our friends because we know that there's going to be danger, right? We're
Yeah.
literally crawling on the ground in that like Garlean body. And we end up getting there in time. We throw our sword, it like blocks whatever, you know, like don't hurt our friends or whatever. But then they just kind of like disappear. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, I guess we saved the day in the end, but like,
Yeah.
you know, like nothing really happened. So whatever.
So I want to go to back to this point that you made, that you don't want to see any of your friends, you know, die because you're going so attached to them. I think part of having that attachment is the threat of them possibly dying. And maybe to jump ahead a little bit, I felt that there was no real stakes. They had this opportunity with this little solo instance in Garlemald, but the fact that it didn't follow through and really hammer home that you know, the world's going to be ending. We're talking about the final days.
Mm-hmm.
People can die, and people do die, but no one from our core is ever really threatened. I felt was, again, a missed opportunity as far as storytelling. Like if they had at least just one person kind of kick the bucket, and I'm not saying kind of kick, but actually kick the bucket, there would have been more stakes and more sense of urgency in everything that's happening. Am I wrong? Do you think I'm wrong, or?
No, you're not wrong. I mean, Final Fantasy has been really scared about killing their main characters for a while now. Like, since like Heaven's Word, they haven't wanted to kill like anybody off, which is really interesting. Like, no one really has ever died. Like even before that, even before Heaven's Word with the Sultana, right? Like that was a big thing, and I thought she was dead as hell.
Yeah,
and like, you know, the fact that they just bring her back, like I thought that was kind of cheesy and stupid. And then, you know, with basically what they've done since Heaven's Word, like obviously Horshfant and Ysael, that's really crappy, but their deaths mean something, and they're some of the favorite characters for a lot of people for that very reason. They sacrificed themselves to save us and to you know, for their ideals, and that hits really hard, and that's the reason a lot of people love them. And ever since that, like, you know, Stormblood, basically like nobody died in Stormblood, right? Like even people who we thought died didn't die. Xenos, exactly. What they've done, what I've noticed is they kill people, but they only kill people that they introduce in that expansion, right? So like, the leader of like the Alamegan Resistance, Conrad or whatever, died, and you know, that was sad or whatever. But like, you know, whatever.
Yeah, Mumbrita and ARR.
Yeah, and then in the patches of Stormblood, it was cool because we ended up like, Tsukiyomi, whatever her name is.
Yotsuyu.
That Yotsuyu ended up, you know, dying. That was. And Asahi did, which turned into a Fandaniel. You know, Fandaniel took his body, which was, you know, so like, again, just two characters introduced in that expansion dying, who we did have a connection to them, but like not as big of a connection as like some of the old like 2.0 characters, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, I understand that there wasn't really any stakes. Did it dampen the story for me? I don't think so. I don't think that it was like a necessity to kill one of them off to really like bring the stakes. But I do agree where you're coming from. I feel like they're not taking enough risks in their story, and they really just wanted to go for this like feel good, happy ending. So that's kind of what they did with this expansion.
With a big bow on top. All right, folks. I said with a big bow on top.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, folks. That's our thoughts on Garlemald and the story as a whole. Let us know what you think. Drop a comment down below. Let us know how you felt about Garlemald and the overall progression of the story. And we will now move over to I think this is my second favorite dungeon. The Tower of Babel. I label this one as Nostalgia Bonanza. Because it does have some good flavor in the songs, but the bosses are choice. The bosses are awesome.
Yeah.
I was a little disappointed in the last boss because of seeing the last boss as the last boss. Yeah. But the fact that we got what we got was awesome. Barnabas, the Doctor, and Anima. Oh, just so much Final Fantasy. Just throw it at me. Give it to me. I'm a Final Fantasy fanboy. So much good stuff. Even to the point where Barnabas punches the doctor off the platform.
Yep.
Was so good. I felt some interesting mechanics with those bosses. The difficulty I felt was actually better than as far as where it should be than the first dungeon, where I thought it got kind of hard with the trash at the end. I felt the difficulty was spot on for all the way through. Trash, bosses, everything. Yeah, it was a great dungeon, and it probably is my number one dungeon of the expansion. What's your thoughts?
I enjoyed the Tower of Babel. I like obviously nostalgia, but like when I first saw kind of teasers for the dungeon, and basically we saw like the train, the Garlean train. I thought we were going to spend a lot more time than just like killing 2 packs of mobs on this train. So I was a
Sure.
little upset that we didn't get to spend more time on the train. Maybe that's just me.
Wanted a train
But
boss?
yeah, that would have been cool. On the train, and that could have been like the first boss, and then after that one's killed, we get off, and then we go to the second one. I thought that would have been really interesting, but not ended up being the case. It is what it is. Like you said, the difficulty was a lot more lenient in this one than the first one, so the bosses overall were pretty easy. Barnabas was super easy, in my opinion, and then the second mid boss, the Doctor, um, whatever his name is, I forget.
Luge, Dr. Luge.
Yes, Luge, that's it. I thought that was a little bit more interesting when it comes to difficulty, having to transform yourself into the frog and transform yourself into the little mini dude, and I thought that was really cool. And then the only thing that really disappointed me was, like you said, the final boss, Anima. I think Anima is probably the easiest end boss we've had in a long time. Like very,
Okay.
very, very easy boss.
Okay.
And for a boss who was supposed to be like who we saw like teasers of, and who I even thought was going to be like a trial boss, and like
That's how they promoted it. They promoted it like it was going to be a trial boss, and then that's what I was expecting for the 53 trial to be. And then when we get into that last room and the doors open and you see him in the distance, I'm like, no, come on.
You
that was
see
my first
Anima,
reaction.
and like the lore behind him in this game, right? That he is like the dead body of Emperor Varys, and all of these towers are basically funneling. Well, all of these towers, number one, have like a piece of his dead body in it, which is really screwed up. But like they're all funneling this power to him, so that he can temper all of these Garlean people and just have this immense amount of power. And he ends up being a dungeon boss, and one of the easiest dungeon bosses in the expansion. So really missed opportunity. Maybe they'll do something with Anima in the future, like some sort of difficult, like a harder version of it or something. I hope.
Unreal
I feel like
Anima.
it was such a missed opportunity.
The way they promoted it, and I understand why, considering what trials we did get, why they were very secretive. But
absolutely, yeah.
I really wanted the Magus Sisters and Anima to be trials. I felt that they would have been best served in their Final Fantasy lore in this space as trials. And the fact that neither of them got that due diligence, I got another missed opportunity, as you said. Maybe even one might say a little short-sighted in the property as a whole. Like Anima is just, from its appearance in 10, when it came out in 10, and you first got that, you're like, oh my god, this thing is so powerful, it's so creepy. I was actually kind of scared when you first saw it in the cutscene, and you're like, oh, now we have it. It was like, oh, this is so cool. And the fact that it's just a dungeon boss was like, oh, sad face.
Yeah. It's a shame.
Yeah, it is kind of a shame. But again, I guess I'm opposite you. You know, I put this as one of my number one dungeons because of all the nostalgia. I love seeing the 4 references. 4 is my favorite, by the way, if you didn't know.
Yeah.
So 4 is my favorite. So seeing Luge, Barnabas, whether they were easy or difficult, I feel that they nailed the aesthetic, and I loved it. Going back into successive runs of this, though, I've gotten to the point where I'm like greeting on those panels. Like you go to Frog, like
yeah. You should.
Frog, and I transform back and get like 2 more global cooldowns, and
I was making fun of Winnie about this just the other day as well. That we were doing that dungeon together, and she was like, she hopped on the frog and just stood there as the frog for the whole phase, and I'm like, You can just like wait until you get like 5 or 6 stacks of the breathless and then turn into a frog and then turn right back out of being a frog and then just keep going to damage, right? Like you
Yep.
don't have to be a frog the
You
whole time.
reset it. You turn back. You get a couple more. And you do that
Yeah.
with the mini too. With them coming over, like you
Yep.
can get a global cooldown or two, and then you go back to mini. It's learn to greed, people. Learn to greed.
Yeah.
Just be smart about it. Be
Well,
smart about it.
it's cool that that some of these mid bosses are allowing us the opportunity to greed, right? I think
Yeah.
that's a lot of fun that you can kind of find different strategies to like maximize your damage and make the fights quicker. I think that's good fight design. So, yeah, it's cool.
All right, so that is the Tower of Babel. Big story point though at the end of this.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, Fandaniel won? Question mark. But incomplete.
Yeah, he kind of did. I mean, we not us. Hydaelyn was able to stop him from just completely breaking Zodiark out right then and there.
Well, yeah, he ran out of energy, right? He ran. He just.
Hydaelyn was able to like
enough.
dampen the energy or like strengthen the shield on the moon just enough that it didn't destroy all of the seals. So they ended up having to go to the moon instead of just breaking a dude out right there.
Yeah. So that was kind of crazy. And then the fact that they just boop, we're gonna go to the moon, and
Yep.
they teleport to the moon, and that's when Hydaelyn / Kryl kind of diverts them off course a little bit. They still get to the moon. Fandaniel and Xenos, they get to the moon, but they're driven off course. And now we have a sense of urgency. We need to get up to the moon to help repair the seals before they are completely done. And Zodiark is unleashed.
Yep.
This was great. I loved this part. I have actually rewatched this a couple times. What do you feel about this story segment and leading up to Mare Larum Torum?
Really, really, really cool. Stuff that we were not expecting at all. I don't think anybody was expecting to go to the moon after Garlemald. I think most people were probably expecting the moon to be the final area of the game. So the fact that it's level 84, 85 is pretty crazy.
Just the whole story beats are level 83. Like the first trial is 83. That's wild. At 83, we're getting to technically the fourth zone, and we're on the moon already. Like, what the hell is the rest of the story if we're already on the moon?
Yep.
What is going on? Absolutely big twist there. I found it to be kind of refreshing because at that point I didn't know what the heck was going to happen with the rest of the story. So that was great. My expectations were completely shattered because, like you, and I think a lot of people, I felt that the end was going to be on the moon and our final boss was going to be Zodiark. So, quite happy with that. Quite pleased with that twist. How do we feel? And I put this in the notes here. Did you spoil the reveal for yourself before his time? And do you know what I mean by the reveal?
Of like the trial boss?
No, before that, when you first land on the moon. So what I'm meaning is, when you first land on the moon, did you go directly to MSQ and keep going with that, or did you kind of do some fates and wander around and stuff?
Oh, I did MSQ like right off the bat.
Okay. So the reveal, what I'm talking about is you going through the tower, you go up the steps and you open the door to the outside and on that balcony and you see Hydaelyn, our planet, our star, the big crater in the middle, just the moon and all its glory. That whole zone was just an epic reveal moment where I actually stopped and I took some screenshots and I let myself soak it in. Even on stream, I soaked it in for a couple minutes. What did you feel about, how did that section make you feel?
It was wild, like we didn't really know what to expect from the moon besides like we knew that there was some little like kind of Amarantan like maybe kind of thing, little tower, right? Like it's kind of all we knew about the moon. So the fact that you like can look over and see like Zodiark's prison is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
And the fact that like the moon was even made to be like a prison for Zodiark is crazy to me, given that like now both the moons of the planet of Aetheris, I guess, were basically constructed by other beings to like hold something in there is kind of crazy to me. Like Dalamud to hold Bahamut, and now the moon, the actual moon, was made to hold Zodiark is kind of nuts. But yeah, that whole thing is just it's crazy, and just the whole design of Mare Lamentorum, the zone itself is really interesting. It kind of looks like a big eyeball with all the little cracks
Yeah.
and crags, and I just think that's really interesting and cool.
Yeah, if you actually think about it, the moon that we see in the logo is that top down view
Yeah.
of Mare Lamentorum. That's that big hole in the middle. It's like, oh, okay, well that makes sense now. Going with the turning our expectations on our head, our first trial is Zodiark, where I thought that was going to be the last one.
Mm-hmm.
Totally shocked. And again, this boils into where at this point, I have no idea where we're going with this. The fact that we fail in protecting the seals was one thing.
Yeah.
The next part where Fandaniel's like, all right, I'm jumping in. I'm going to become Zodiark. I'm taking over and I'm going to crush you guys. And you're like, okay, well, we're the Warrior of Light. We're going to beat you back. Only to find out that after we defeat Zodiark, no, us defeating Zodiark was his plan all along, because Zodiark is the cure for what was ailing the planet back in the original final days. And now we have unleashed the final days back on the planet again.
Yeah.
Crazy. That deserves 3 crazies. Just absolutely awesome storytelling in this part of the section. Your thoughts on the first trial of Zodiark and the story where it leads us?
The trial itself is a lot of fun. The music is incredible. I love the Zodiark music. It's very fitting for Zodiark, I think. And the story is just insane. Like,
yes,
the fact that it was Fandaniel's. Well, I guess even going back, the fact that we learned that Fandaniel was Aemon is pretty crazy.
So many reveals on Fandaniel and his person in this story. It's almost like his story.
It becomes a really interesting. He becomes a really interesting character who is just like a character that we wanted to love to hate, leading up to Endwalker. Now he's become a lot more of an interesting villain to me.
Yeah.
The fact that he's Hermes, but he's also Aemon, kind of both of them, and like how they're both kind of just like completely nihilistic. And like Aemon was nihilistic because like the Emperor Xande was like, oh, life isn't worth living and all this stuff, and so he became, like just some really interesting stuff. And then the fact that like, yeah, he basically wanted us to destroy Zodiark so that we would release the final days, just to either one, end the world, or two, to see if we had what it took to even come together and stop it. I think that's kind of Hermes' soul coming out in Aemon a little bit, was to see if we had what it takes to save the world. Because I mean, this is a threat that not even the ancients could contend with. They had to sacrifice their people to summon Zodiark to stop it. So like, what could we do, right? And so, just really interesting to see that. Number one, they threw it at us this early. They threw Zodiark at us this early, and that, obviously it was an incomplete Zodiark. He's only like 7/14 of Zodiark or whatever. So like,
yeah, he was still piecing himself together.
Yeah,
as far as it was.
And I really like how you can tell that just from the boss itself. Like, there's pieces of him missing. So, you put 2 and 2 together and you're like, oh, he's not complete because all the rejoinings haven't happened yet.
Exactly.
Right? So,
yep.
I like that. That was some cool flavor. So yeah, overall, just that whole trial and the whole story itself hit really cool. And, yeah, really interesting. So,
I thought it was a really good fight. 2 of the things that they really introduced here, as far as mechanics, though, I felt were very, very interesting. We got sky mechanics, so we're gonna have to start looking up, into the sky and into the the walls and the environment for possible mechanics in the future. That was pretty cool. And then, while this is cool, I want to see this used minimally as possible, because having the arena twist around me and messed me up on where I'm supposed to be and where I'm supposed to go. Really, really messed me up. But not only just in the normal mode, but in extreme, doubly so.
Oh yeah.
Snakes. Why did it have to be snakes? How do you feel about those new mechanics? Do you think they're going to get some big traction in the future?
Really frustrating at first when you don't really know what's going on. But once you get it, like once you've done the extreme enough times, like it kind of clicks for you.
Yeah.
I still get hit every once in a while and take a Vuln stack, but like,
Well, you greed. You're a
yeah.
greedy a-hole.
Even then, like when you're trying to like figure out which way the snakes are going to go and which of the birds you're supposed to stand under, and like that gets wild, and it just makes you expand your brain.
Gigabrain.
Will it get a lot of traction? I think that this is probably going to be just a Zodiark thing. I think that this is kind of the fight design of that fight they want to stick with, and they probably, if they do bring it back, maybe they bring it back for like,
sparingly, hopefully.
Sparingly, exactly. So I think we're probably not going to see it very often, but I enjoyed it. I think that the fight is super easy once you have like one person in your party that knows how to do it.
Oh,
you just stand on them the whole time.
Yeah, that was one of the party finder things. Who wants to be the Dorito? Who can lead us?
Yes.
And everyone just follow the Dorito, the triangle. I've gotten to the point where I can actually kind of be that person. Sometimes the twists do just get me, not realizing left and right. And wait, I kind of have to visualize it myself. I'm like, okay, it's going to twist that way. Okay, now I get it. So sometimes if you see my streams when I'm doing this fight, you see my hand come out and twist one way or the other.
Yes.
Just so I can visualize in my space.
Yeah, you have to just expand your brain and just like use 3D. 4D, you have to 4D.
4D chess. Stuff. This is 4D chess, people. This is not checkers, okay? These fights, man, they're just something special. We did see already sky mechanics being reused just in the 55 dungeon. So I hope they keep the floor twisting mechanics to a minimum. I'm okay with the sky mechanics. Once you get to the point where it's just a book and it's just lying flat, it really wasn't that too bad. But floor mechanics still get me. The back to Marillarum Torum. So we are now going to have the final days. The zone changes a little bit. Instead of this prison, now that it's this empty crater with aether pouring out of it. Now we can really explore the zone. And this is probably from a level design perspective. This is my least favorite zone. I actually hated this zone. I was so happy once we got flying, because getting around in this round zone, that there's no real bridges. You got to kind of go underneath and around and through, and there's no direct paths. This isn't like some big open area where you can just walk left, north, east, south, west. You got to navigate. It's a clusterfuck. Sorry to curse, but I hate this zone, and I'm so glad when I got flying. On the flip side of that, once we got into the northern area with the Loporits, I love the Loporits, by the way, in case you didn't notice. Tarko way here.
Yeah, nice hat.
Thanks. and hat. Yeah, we got a nice hat in here. But my Loporit, from a collector's edition, he's so cute. Tarko way. The northern area was a welcome relief in that it was a big room and then a room to the left and to the right. So thank you for making that simple. What did you feel about Marillarum Torum and its overall level design? Let's just start with that.
Overall, as a zone, I think that it's gorgeous looking, but I do agree with you. Number one, I think it's very simplistic. I feel like we could have had more of an interesting design for the moon zone, since everybody was really, really anticipating going to the moon. That was kind of like the whole theme of the expansion was supposed to be like the moon, or like the platinum color of the moon, like Yoshi said, or something, when it's coming up over the sun, something like that. I don't know. So like just going there and just seeing how it's just like this weird little like round eyeball with some little blips on the side, and then the Loporit zone, the best ways burrows or whatever. Like it's just burrows, like I don't know if they felt. I feel like they could have done more, and I do agree with you. Getting around the that main part of like the eyeball is really annoying because of all the fissures that you have to go around or under, and it kind of gets annoying to remember where all those little caves are to go through. And
Yep.
getting flying in that zone is integral. Definitely do that as soon as you can.
Yeah. It was another zone where I hated trying to get my 6 fates.
Yeah.
Because if there was one, it might look like it's right next to you, but because of this fissure and there's no bridge or pathway through, you actually have to go all the way around if you want to meet that fate. At that point, you're just like, no, screw it. I'll just wait for something on my end.
Yeah.
Before I move on.
So, yeah.
The music change, and I've said this before, I'm a Final Fantasy IV fan. It's probably my favorite Final Fantasy because it was my first. The music change into Best of Ways Burrows warmed my heart so much. I loved it. Another reason I was so happy that I turned off mount music. Just Final Fantasy IV all the way through. Even when you're in the Fates, it's Final Fantasy IV battle music. So it's not even Endwalker battle music. It's Final Fantasy IV music. So thank you, Square Enix, for satiating my nostalgia needs. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Best of Ways Burrows. Did you like the music? Do you like the music of the whole zone? I thought overall, even the outside area was very atmospheric.
It's very atmospheric. It's very like ethereal, just like, it feels like you're on the moon, like this barren
got an emptiness kind of to it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And obviously Final Fantasy IV is fantastic. So going to Best Ways Burrows, hearing that and the battle music, I was hoping that there'd be a boss fate in Best Ways Burrows,
I was hoping
we could hear the Final Fantasy IV boss music, but my guess is they're going to hold that music for something else.
Maybe because we don't know what kind of trials we're going to have. I'm hoping maybe we get 4 Fiends and we have a Soken 4 Fiends rendition. That would be...
Ooh, that would be sick.
That would be sick.
That'd be awesome.
And just a little twist for each one. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
So definitely cool.
Yes. Getting to the story parts, though, we've... The initial stopping Zodiar from coming to be, failing, defeating him, unleashing the final days. What are some highs and lows as far as the rest of it, and with the Loporits in particular, did you feel about the story with them?
I think the Loporits are fine. They're not, it's
not the Moogles.
I'm not gonna say they annoy me, but they remind me very much of like Moogles, right? They're just like these little dorky, like funny little creatures, and why Hydaelyn tasked these things to be like the protectors of Earth and to save the people from Earth when the end days come is just weird. Like I get the lore, I understand in like Japanese mythos, there's like the bunny on the moon and he's pounding the mochi or whatever. I get that, but like. Still just like kind of dorky, kind of weird, but I didn't mind them. I just think they're silly. Like Pudding Way is like a weird, like it's
I
just
love Pudding Way.
Just kind of when he came back to Garlemald and he's like, "Where's my pudding?" Like I was just like, "No, come on."
Pudding. I'm like, "Why are you here? But you're so cute." Come on.
Tarkoth. And then the whole story gave something for Urianger to do. So if Urianger's happy and he's doing something, then I'm happy. It's whatever. Just
he's happy. Speaking of Urianger, when did you catch who the collaborators were with the Loporits?
I kind of figured out right from the get-go.
Right from the get-go?
If they were talking to somebody on Earth, Aetheris on Earth, they were probably talking to the Forum. That would just the everything came together too smoothly, right? Because something's going on in Sharlayan, and then they're saying that they're talking to somebody on Earth or on Hydaelyn or Aetheris.
Sure.
About the final days and basically telling them how to prepare, right? Like it all just made sense to me. So
it took me a little while to catch on. I'm like, who would they be talking to down on the planet? Like, they just figured out that it was like the final days are here and they just moving on. So how, like, that kind of threw me. But the moment that I figured it out was when they were saying that they were getting books sent up from them.
Mm-hmm.
And that clicked in me from Charlian when we spent the time in the library.
In the library, yeah.
And then the pieces fell in place. The hoarding, the migration, the Loporits, and them being a vessel and needing to save us, it all fell into place. Charlayan and the Loporits were working together to save us from eventual destruction. Yeah. I was like, wow.
Well, if you think about it too, like, yeah, if you think about it, like, it's not just like they've been in communication with each other for like hundreds of years. It's not just like now that they've been talking to each other, because like the bunnies will wake up, they'll do some maintenance on their little area, they'll contact the Charlians, tell them what's going on. Charlians will give them some information, and they'll go back to sleep. And it's just after Zodiark is actually killed, right? The final days are actually going to happen, that the bunnies are rewoken, and now it's like, okay, we have to fulfill our purpose. We have to start, creating a new home for all the people of Aetheris. So that kind of made sense to me, right? So over, the past 100 years, they've been in 200 years, I think, they've been in communication.
Has it been that long? So, I thought it had been like maybe 40, 50 years, because it was since they found out from the via the anti-tower, talking to Hydaelyn there, and then they left Charlian.
I guess that's true.
Matoya there.
Yeah, because they communicated through the anti-tower, and that's why they left the hinterlands.
Yes,
was because they got that knowledge. That makes more sense then. Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, that is Marilarum Torum. Let us know what you guys think. We'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment down below and let us know your thoughts. Moving on, we are now back on Hydaelyn, back on the planet, and we need to make a beeline to Radz-at-Han, because it's beginning.
Mm-hmm.
The final days are here. Rain of fire, craziness abounds. Probably one of the most intense portions of this game. I felt this was incredibly well paced, great emotion, great sense of urgency, and stakes. We talked about stakes before. People dying everywhere. People transforming and being killed by monsters that were once people. Just total madness. I loved this section of the game. Really, it was kind of that small portion of solo instance in Garlemald, magnify that by 10, and it lasted a couple hours. Absolutely incredible section of the game. How did you feel about Radz-at-Han and the second half of Thavnair?
I loved it. Yeah, I'm right with you. Like the moment that we got to Thavnair and we saw what was going down was like, and just the music of the zone, because the music of the zone is the same music you hear in the dungeon, and it's like it gets your heart pumping, and you just want to like get in there and start saving people because you see like what's happening. It's literal, and we knew this was happening because we saw like that, in the teaser stuff, we saw Thavnair in flames. We didn't know what was going on, but we saw Thavnair in flames, and we were like, oh man, like stuff's going down there. And then when you finally get there, you're like, oh man, stuff really is going down. This isn't just like, a couple places are on fire and some people, it's like mass people are dying and like transforming, and we got to go and save them. And the music is just like super duper intense, and like you need to get in there like now. So really, really cool. And just everything that happened after that, and just like, seeing Vitra take charge, like, after like the acting satrap gets killed, gets his head bitten off. It's crazy, or gets eaten. Like that's pretty brutal.
Yeah, that whole section was brutal.
Yeah.
But before I just realized that we actually went to Vanaspati before we dealt with all that, didn't we?
Yeah, we went as soon as we got to Thavnair. It's like you see the acting satrap like is there with his radiant host, and they're like, oh man, like we got to go into Vanaspati now. Like right at the port where we like teleport into Thavnair is like where that all goes down. So.
Yeah, and it's just on the other side of the northern side of the island where we're kind of been stuck on the southern part. We just got to go to the northern part, and it's just in flames, chaos brewing, just like in Thavnair and in Radz-at-Han. Another dungeon where the difficulty with the trash pulls is really made evident by how much you're pulling. Usually I'm really big proponent of wall to wall. Just get it all, burn it all down. I can handle it. Mm-hmm. This is one of those dungeons where maybe we should do half pulls. Maybe we should do half pulls, especially when you have tanks that don't know some of their, cooldowns and such. I had a couple runs of this with sprouts that didn't know some of their cooldowns, and I'm like, why are you so squishy?
Yeah.
Part of that is me being a new sage and forgetting Cardia. But let's dismiss that. I mean, we all know I'm a horrible healer. How do I have ultimate tags? I'm carried. It's okay. I'm carried. But you can't carry an ultimate. Yes, you kind of can. Anyways, Vana's Body was a pretty cool dungeon. This is also where that first boss, where you got the mouths on the ground. Mm-hmm. This is where I realized I love Icarus and being able to just wing on over and get it to the right spot.
So easy. Yep.
How'd you feel about Vana's Body as a dungeon?
Vana's Body, again, the music is incredible. I love that. I love the dungeon music of Vana's Body. And overall, like you said, the trash can be definitely really challenging. Some of the packs are actually really easy, though. Like some of them, they segment so that you can't segment. Pull, it's only like one pack, and then I really like the last dungeon pull where it's the two mobs, and then as soon as one of them dies, like a bunch of other mobs spawn, and then that gets pretty crazy. Yeah. So I think the trash pulls are actually really fun. The dungeon bosses, I think the first one with the mouths is really fun. I think the second boss is super duper easy.
As long as people aren't taking your water bubbles, right?
Sure. Yeah, there's like 100 of them though. If someone's taking your water bubble, they're griefing you.
Yeah. This is where you use the report button. You'd be like, hey, this is harassment. Yes, okay. True. He's ranged. He does not need to be taking my melee water bubble.
Exactly. And then the final boss is one of the easier bosses, in my opinion, too, of the Endwalker dungeons, what we've gotten so far. That and Anima, I think, are the two easiest of the expansion so far. So
you say that, but Sky Mechanics have wiped my group because they just can't seem to figure out Sky Mechanics.
True. Yeah, you don't know to look up and see the meteors, but once you figure that out, I think the rest of it's super easy. Just don't be on the color that's being flashed in your eyes and you're good. So,
and as we know from my P1S, I apparently have problems with that too. So, whatever.
Colors are hard, man.
Colors are hard.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you want to be on the same color, sometimes you don't. Mm-hmm. Which is it?
True. They do switch that up a lot.
They do switch that up. Because I just did Sephiroth, and you want to match your colors with that one. Make up your minds, people. Make up your minds.
But overall, I really had fun with Vana's Body, and the glamour from that dungeon is incredible.
Yes, so. Yes. Especially my sage weapon. They basically look like
peacock feathers.
Yes, they're
peacock. Are they the peacock feathers? Yeah, they are, right?
They're like so peacock feathers. But they're arrows, and they're situated on your back, like on an angle. So they're the pendulum type. So super sweet clams. I like this dungeon. This is probably my number 4 dungeon. It's middle of the road for me. But yeah, it was a pretty good dungeon. The second boss really creeped me out because you see it from the forward face. Okay, it's an ugly monster. Yeah. But then you get it turned around and it's made its home in half the face of one of the elephants. And that is just ultra creepy. And I just wanted nothing to do with that boss after I saw that. Yeah, so gross.
Boss mechanics easy. Design of the boss really, really freaking weird. Yeah, it's a really creepy looking boss. Definitely like weird Lovecraftian.
Yeah, that's
creepy.
And that's part of what I'm gonna say. Like most of these monsters that are coming out of these final days are kind of Lovecraftian, aren't they? They're very, very creepy, very otherworldly, evil kind of deal going on. There was a hard-hitting moment though I want to touch on with this dungeon, and that's when the mother elephant
I knew you were gonna say that
turned, and I felt so bad, and then realizing, because I'd figured out what was causing the change, and that was despair and sorrow and ultimate grief, very negative emotions basically just trapping you in this moment where you can't get out and your aether's drained and you just transform. So seeing that and then realizing, the kids aren't coming back from this, and then bam, they turn too because they just saw their mom become a monster and she's gone, and now they're gone. So I was like, oh, having kids myself, like, oh, that hurt. That hurt hard.
Yeah, it really put into perspective how horrific the final days really are, and like this is what was like this is not exactly what was happening to the ancients, because the ancients were kind of creating their own horrors, and in this sense, like whatever malevolence was out in the universe is creating these creatures because of what the ether is being drained from their body, and the dynamis is taking over their everything because of the despair. But like it's like, damn, like this is actually like really awful what's happening, and the fact that like there's this isn't like back from 2.0 or whatever, you saw someone get tempered and you were like, man, that's it. But now that we have a cure for tempering, great, it's cool. If someone gets tempered, it's whatever. But there's no going back from this. Like when somebody transforms, they're done.
Yeah, it still showed at the end of that dungeon that there's no aether. It's just gone.
Yeah.
You're just done. We don't know how they're surviving and living and attacking us, but it's not aether based. So what the heck? We find out later what that is. But absolutely crazy moments there. Being done with the dungeon now, we get back to Razathan. This is where we deal with the second wave, I guess, of despair just creeping along the city.
Yeah.
Going back to Charlane and the new section. What's the word I'm looking for, Piers? The group follow thing, the story beats thing. This is where it lost me.
Okay.
Because you got to take Grahatia from one end of the city down to the other, and I already had the full map explored. So I'm like, okay, I'll just teleport over. I'm like, okay, I'm not able to finish this quest. Why can't I finish this quest? I'm right here. Where's the end? Oh, I have to have Grahatia? Okay, well, let me go back. And then I got him. I teleport back. Oh, he doesn't come with me.
Nope.
Oh, this part sucks because I don't necessarily need to go through the whole city and see story, sightseeing moments. I don't need you to direct me. I just want to go from point A to point B because I know where I need to go.
Yeah.
This is where they need to fix and have options. If you don't care, there should be an option. If you want to mount up, there should be an option for that. And maybe it's, this is where they push having a 4-player mount, put that in the cash shop so that you have to have the right amount of mount spaces for your party members to join on and join with you.
Yeah.
What do you think about this thing? Group dynamic lore thing in this particular aspect. Is this where maybe it kind of lost you for a moment at least?
Yeah, I mean, kind of, sorta. Like I didn't mind it. I'm okay with it. I understand how there are some people out there who just like probably not into it at all, and I completely understand.
Did you have the same moment I did where you teleported over and you were like, wait?
The only time that I ever lost somebody, I think, was when like I was queued up for something while I was with them, and then like after I queued into whatever I had to do, they just disappeared, and then I had to restart the whole thing from the beginning, and that was really annoying.
Okay.
So so that did lose me a little bit.
Okay.
But as for the lore itself and what we got from the characters, and it wasn't like, I remember there was a time with Estinian where we were walking through Razathan, and one of the optional things was like one of those like elephant doors from one of the map dungeons, and Estinian explained how like those are from the map dungeons. He didn't like actually say those words, but he was like, I've done those before, and it's really annoying how it just randomly spits you. And I thought that was like a little cool piece of lore that I got from that.
He's been to the Excitotron.
Yeah. So I thought that was cool, and Yeah, overall, I didn't mind it too much, but I
Okay.
completely understand where some people are coming from, being a little bit annoyed by that whole mechanic.
Okay.
So I get it.
So after that, a new wave of despair, people turning, and this is basically in the square where people are meeting, just outside the Saptrap's domicile.
Yeah.
And boy, did our scions step up to the plate, and not just the Warrior of Light, but Graha Tia, man.
Yeah.
That boy is like, he took his time as the Exarch leading people and led. He put his foot down and was like, this is what's going to happen. He's doing his best to save everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Again, another moment where the father and son turning, and then the son kersplat
Turns into a little weapon dude and gets stepped on.
yeah, that was like, oh my god, not only did he turn, but his dad basically killed him. Like, oh my
Yep.
god. Like, oh, that just another gut-wrenching moment for me being a father. And then losing the satrap, a fake satrap.
Yeah.
This is your point. You know, they don't have a problem in killing people that they introduced in that
Yep.
expansion.
Exactly.
I wish they would take more risks with our core group. But okay, sure. I'll just keep hoping. I hope Kryle's part of the main group, and maybe we can phase out Y'shtola or something. I don't know.
They're not gonna, dude. If they killed Y'shtola,
I think Y'shtola is
no
just
way.
gonna be retired. Is
Maybe.
basically what I'm thinking. You know,
I mean,
all
they
that
did
talk
to
of,
Lise, so.
you know, people have had, you know, so many lives, and you know, sometimes at some point the bill's going to have to come due. All that talk before the expansion, and we're thinking, oh, you know, that Thancred and maybe Y'shtola. You know, Y'shtola was close to death there. We had to save her twice coming out of live stream. No, none of that. None of that happened.
Nope. Nope. Just another day in the life of Y'shtola where she almost dies, but we got to go save her every single time, and she's good.
I love Y'shtola though. She's my favorite cat girl.
She's fine.
She can be my mommy. So the other part that I marked in the show notes here is that this is the same zone, Razathan Thavner, but now with the final days, music, aesthetic, feel is completely different. Everything's on an edge.
Yes.
Everything has this sense of urgency that I said earlier. The intensity from the moment that Graha puts his foot down and starts to lead tells us to go out to Thavner and help the neighboring village. Again, hours of just nonstop, just bam, bam, bam intensity. It was just absolutely awesome. Awesome stuff. I'll give you two of my favorite story beats. The first one is trying to save the husband and wife and the baby.
Yep.
The husband dying I saw, but I was absolutely certain, okay, the mom and the baby are going to be fine. The dad died. I mean, that sucks. But the mom jumping into the pool, her dying there, and us trying fervently to save the baby, from being drowned, even the healing's not enough. And then it starts crying, and you're like, oh god, no, please calm down, because we don't need baby turning into little monster. That would just be too much for me, and I would need to stop the game and take a profound break from it, because that would just be too much. Our boy Matsya shows up though, takes the baby, finds his bravery, and gets it to, I think it was Vitra and Estinian showed up to save them at the last possible moment, because they were both going to turn.
Dude was going dynamis real fast. So like, the fact that Estinian and Vitra showed up at the last second to save them was pretty clutch, because it was about to get real bad.
Real bad. Yeah. the other part was just the overall sense of the town itself. You're trying to save them, and they're like, "What is going on? I don't understand." The whole Indian accent, I had to, I tried to mimic it, and it's like, no, that just doesn't feel right. I shouldn't do that.
Probably not. Probably shouldn't.
But I'm like, but that's how they're talking. Like
that is how that's their, yeah.
And I thought it was fine. They did. I think the voice acting in this expansion was top notch.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely great,
for sure.
How do you feel about Thavner Revisited and its change overall?
A lot better the second time going. I mean, obviously we get more of the city of Razadhan. We get more of Thavner. We get to see the other side of the zone. Really interesting, just stuff all around. I enjoyed it a lot more the second time. So, yeah, pretty much what you said. The beats that you said are pretty much what stuck with me the most. The whole having to save that family and ended up only saving the baby, and Vitra really stepping up to be the leader that the people need.
Yeah,
you know, like obviously he's hesitant, showing himself as a dragon to be the one who's kind of been, calling the shots for God knows how long, and Thavner, and but I would think that the literal end of the world is probably the time you should step up and be the leader that you need to be. So it was cool seeing
truly revealing himself to be the lead satrap all this time.
Yeah,
that was good of him. His whole arc for this has been, I felt, was pretty developed, and we didn't even touch upon the initial reveal of Vitra back in Razatan the first time around, where we thought we were talking to the satrap, and the curtain raises, and you see this great worm, and you're like, oh boy. Yeah, he was amazing, this expansion, in my opinion, to the point where they showed where he was taking the scales off his body, and you could see the raw meat underbelly.
Yep.
He was really sacrificing of himself for his people. Great leader, in my opinion. Glad he finally stepped up. But that is what we thought of Thavner, Razatan, Vanaspati. We want to know what you folks thought. Leave a comment down below and let us know your thoughts. Okay, moving on. The next big, we go back to Sharlayan at this point, right?
Yes.
So this is where we have some revisiting of Sharlayan. We let them know the final days are here. They're at Thavner. This is what's going to happen. We tried to get the forum on our side. We end up talking to them, seeing Alphino's mom, which I thought was a really heartfelt moment. I love that part. And the fact that they got some really cool glams.
Yes.
They needed a change in clothes. So we got Alice in her red from the trailer, Alphino in his blue from the trailer, which happens to also be the Sage artifact set.
Yes. Yep.
I thought this time around in Sharlayan was much better than the second time around. The first time around.
Yeah, I agree.
Your thoughts?
Yeah, I completely agree. I like the whole moment with the forum, and like you said, in the whole seeing the twins' mom for the first time. And it was very sweet, and it was very sweet seeing her, give Alphino his dad's old sage weapons, and like kind of him taking that role. And throughout the entire expansion, you kind of see that like he's finally growing into a man who is probably going to take over for his dad. I think it's Estinian who says that, who's like, you better watch out because like he's coming for your job, basically.
Yeah.
And he's talking to Alphino's dad about Alphino. And like, I really like how they're becoming a lot better, more developed characters. I mean, they've been with us from the beginning, and I'll go into that
ever since that carriage.
I'll go into that near the end of our discussion, because it's one of the things that hit me the hardest in this expansion. But seeing them become better people and more well-rounded, and just from what we had at the beginning, it's definitely a 180 for their characters, and it was a good moment for them, with their family. So seeing where they grew up and what life was like before they decided to adventure over to Eorzea. So,
They're a pair of rich kids. Come on.
yeah, they are. But they're good rich kids. They're
speaking
nice.
of rich, though, the reveal that the financier of the Scions has basically been Alphinaud's mom.
Bankrolling the Scions, yeah.
Alphinaud's dad just finding out about it was like, what? What? You devoting our family savings? Sounds. She's all, yep.
Maybe you need to
yeah.
keep a closer eye on your finances, bro.
I support our children, don't you?
Exactly.
This is also where we kind of see cracks in. We finally see some humanity come out of Fortunato.
Yes.
Finally, like I thought he was just this hardened, hard ass. Like, dude, just get off it, dude. Like the world's ending. Be there for your children, and finally comes through to be that. Like, be the dad. They need you to be their dad right now.
Yeah,
I need your support.
And I don't know if that's when you learn it there or a little bit later on, but you do learn that like there's a reason why he's being the way that he is, and it's not because he's a genuine asshole. It's because he wants to save his kids, and he'll literally do whatever it takes.
Yeah, it was from the moment of the anti-terror.
Yeah,
yeah,
and so like you know that like he's basically, even though he's coming off as kind of a dick to his kids, he's doing it because he doesn't want them to get involved in this because it puts them in danger. And so, like you understand his reasoning, maybe not his the actions that he takes. Maybe you can disagree with that, but you understand his intentions, and he becomes a better character for it. So it's nice.
Which then we get diverted to trying to figure out more about the End of Days, and where can we find more about the End of Days? What source do we have to find out about the End of Days, Piers? Where can we find more?
We don't have very many Ascians just lying around that we can go talk to, right? Fandaniel's gone, Emmett's gone, La Habrea's gone. We don't have very many people, but there might be one person that we can commune with still.
Maybe a little bit.
Maybe there's a chance.
Maybe because of where he died.
Yeah, maybe his soul is still intact enough that we can commune with him back in the Crystarium. And so we end up going back to the Crystal Tower back on the first to try to talk to Elidibus, because I mean he's all we've got, and we need as much information as we can possibly get. So
I, for one, am thankful that he was at least not a douche.
Yeah,
that he was a receptive. Like, yeah, I was defeated. Okay, what can I do to help you?
Well, I mean,
what's
at
he gonna
this point,
do?
it's like, okay, so Zodiark's like gone. So like the whole plan of the Ascians is completely just frayed. It's done. Like there's nothing they can do anymore. And so at this point, like Elidibus, who is probably just like, well, the only shot we've got now is to save whatever's left.
Yeah.
So here's what I can do for you to help you save what's left. Even if it might not be the world that I want, it's still a world. It's better than nothing at all.
Yeah.
So.
And that plan is to send us back in time to where?
Yep.
He can't say.
Elpis.
He can't say. We don't know.
He can't say. Okay, we don't know yet. Okay, you're right. You're right. We don't know.
Still
but it's somewhere in the past.
Somewhere in the past.
And it's clearly somewhere in the past of the ancients, of the Amaurotans, or whatever you want to call them. So, because we're tiny little people when we get there, and they're super big. So,
what was your thoughts just before taking your time trip? Like, what were your expectations going to this little time trip?
My expectations, I didn't know where we were going at all. He was going to send us somewhere to kind of understand, or at least an idea of like what is happening, and to get us some information of like how we could possibly stop it. And so like I knew we were going there at least. So we were probably going to go somewhere in the past to talk to some of the ancients. Who they were, I don't know, but we were gonna. That's what I was
glean some information,
so.
Try to get what we can.
Yeah.
See, I was thinking that this was going to be one of those solo instances. Maybe takes like 30 minutes. Kind of like a Metal Gear Thancred kind of deal.
Gotcha.
Maybe a little bit more conversational kind of instance than what the Thancred thing was. So when we show up And you see these two robed figures.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, I wonder who those are. But then you hear the voice, and you get those Shadowbringers triggers because Emmett Selk, that badass Emmett Selk, is alive and well and looking pretty classy with this hair. He looks a little different, you know? But
yeah.
But the voice and the eyes.
Yeah.
Those eyes, you're like, yep, that's Emmett.
Well, yeah, from the voice and from his tsundere personality, I knew it was Emmett. Yeah. I didn't know who the person next to him was, and I thought I could have swore that was going to be La Habrea, and I was like, "Ooh, is that what La Habrea looked like when he was like an ancient?" That's a little weird. I was
thinking La Habrea or maybe a Litibus. But then I strayed away from that one pretty quickly because I knew he was on the younger side when he became the Heart of Zodiac. So I didn't think I realized that really couldn't be him. So I thought La Habrea is with you as well. But we find out it's not La Habrea. No. And thank God, because I would have felt differently about La Habrea with the purple hair.
Yeah, little effeminate a little bit, which is fine. Hey, look, I like the character a lot. Who I like.
Yeah.
Turns out to be Hythlodaeus. I like Hythlodaeus a lot.
Oh my God, he is such a cool character. Yeah. From his mostly reimagined self way back in The Tempest and Amurat recreated, to seeing him in his shade on the moon.
On the moon, yeah.
We're like, oh, it's Hythlodaeus. But of course he doesn't know who we are because we didn't deal with him. But then we see him here. We're like, oh my goodness, Hythlodaeus. This is awesome. He's a really chill dude, like totally opposite of Emmett. Emmett's like very standoffish, gruff. No, don't get me involved. I don't care.
Yeah.
But I think because they're so opposite, they really do complement each other.
They complement each other. Yeah,
they're great.
Friends, right? Opposites attract.
Great set of friends. The realization, the real hard confirmation that we are a Zem in this moment, like we knew.
Yeah.
You know, we had the crystal and we saw Emmett saw our shadow or shade. We knew our soul was a Zem or at least one of the 14, but we didn't have real hard confirmation, I feel, until this moment when there's like, hey, we know the color of people's aether and you have the same color as a Zem. Yeah. And I'm like, yes.
So you must be cool a Zem's familiar, right? Yeah. That's definitely it.
That's it. Yeah. Familiar. Yeah. The fact that we got some of Emmett Selk's aether, he helped us to be fully formed and even gave us some height.
Yep.
Because we're tiny.
Them size.
Yeah. They are big. We are small. So that was pretty cool too. Which then leads us right into the realization that this is not a single player instance. This is an entire zone. Blew my mind that we were doing a whole zone in the past. I'm like, well, crap on my aether teleport, because this has got to be 10,000 per teleport to and from Elpis.
Maybe. I mean, if you think about it, you got to go to the Crystarium, which so
I know they're put
the rift
distance based,
and then you got to go from the rift to the Crystal Tower, and the Crystal Tower will take you to Elpis. Considering, hopefully, Elidibus is keeping that portal open for us. I know he's gone, but we'll just say
the Crystal
portal's
Towers
open. That's how we get there. We gotta go through that portal. So
yeah. It should cost more than just 1,500 to get to.
Probably though.
Yeah.
Probably.
I was thinking, wow, this is going to be hefty pocketbook hit on teleporting Elpis. I gotta have a real good reason to want to go, but really, it's not true distance space. So, anyways, this is the zone. Elpis, back in time, completely awesome. This is my second favorite zone. Yeah, I'm gonna put it second. It's right behind Garlemald. I loved the open air. Kind of reminded me of Sea of Clouds. The feel kind of Chrono Trigger. What is the place?
Zeal.
Had a little bit of Zeal, Paradise in the Sky kind of feel. But you soon realize that this is not just like this isn't like a city or metro area. This is actually a science facility. This is a whole
Basically
research
a research
center.
facility, yeah.
Yeah, an entire research facility devoted to creating, because they have all this creation magic, creating life forms and their principles of, well, do they serve a purpose? Can they integrate with what's already on the planet? Is it safe? All this fun stuff. So big scientists. So I felt like this was going to be a very kind of dry experience from a lore standpoint, but it turned it out to be completely different. What was your first initial thoughts diving into Elpis?
Oh, I thought it was great. I mean, again, with the teasers, we knew that this was a zone that was going to happen. We didn't know. All we knew was that there was going to be like floating island somewhere. We didn't know what it was called.
Yeah, we had artwork.
Yeah, we had artwork. That's all we had. And I had the name spoiled for me because, unfortunately, when you go into your free company list or your friends list and you see where they are and someone's in a certain zone you haven't seen yet, you're like,
yeah, you were a little bit behind.
There's a zone named Elpis after the flower. Okay, well, I don't know how we're going to get there, where it is. I thought at first that Elpis was like going to be the name of the planet that we were going to travel to after the end of days. I legitimately thought that like we were going to go to a new planet and that was going to be called Elpis because that's what that was the plan of the Luperites, right? They were going to take us to a new inhabitable world.
Yep.
But I did not expect we were going to go back in time, and I did not expect we were going to go back in time to a research facility for the ancients. But now, when I first got there, I was really interested. And, one of the first cutscenes you see is of the guy that we're going after named Hermes, because we knew we were going after someone named Hermes. I think it was Elidibus that said that to us. Yeah. Maybe. We knew the name. Like
we're going to meet Hermes,
trying to find out who that is and what his involvement is in the final days. And we saw some sort of creature with some little girl with Hermes, and I knew from the get-go when I saw that character that like, they were going to be important. I didn't know how they were going to be important, but I knew they were going to be important. So that was my initial thoughts going into the zone.
My initial thought when meeting Medion, the little girl bird hybrid, I was like, oh, great. They're showing us the new race that they're going to create in a couple expansions.
Could you imagine?
Where's the male Medions? I want to see the male version. But no, she ends up being a very integral character to the rest of the story, which is kind of fascinating. Where you kind of have a 3-act section, breaking of this game. You realize you have 3 acts. You got the planet side stuff with Thavnair, Charlayan, Garlemald. That kind of ends Act 1. And then you go into the Zodiac stuff, Final Days. That kind of ends Act 2. And then the Endwalker stuff, which starts here in Elpis with Medion and how she's presented. The fact that our 10-year end bad guy is introduced in the last 4 levels didn't sit right with a lot of people.
It's a contentious choice. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. I didn't know what to expect. Did you have any inclinations or who you wanted it to be or what you wanted it to be as far as the true end?
No, I had no idea. And even going further into Elpis a little bit, we can discuss it more, but like what I thought after the initial going down with Medion was that like it was going to be some sort of extraterrestrial being, some sort of presence from out in the stars that was doing this to us. We already knew that this was going on. It was some sort of presence out there. And I thought it was just going to be some like evil god or some sort of weird like alien thing that was doing this, that was causing the final days. Which probably would have been fine. I don't think it would have been anybody we've encountered already. I think that would have been kind of cheesy. I kind of figured it was going to be someone we didn't know that was causing this, some sort of entity.
Sure.
Did I expect it was going to be what it was? No.
Yeah.
Am I unhappy with it? No, I get it. After thinking about it for a long time, I understand why they went in this direction. But I do agree with you. I think that the culmination, the true end boss, the one that has literally caused like every problem that's ever happened, basically,
Yeah.
to Aetheris, is what it turns out to be. I thought that was kind of an interesting choice.
Sure.
Not a bad one, just an interesting idea overall. But
So my thought, as far as what, because I took pages and pages of notes. I think it was like 20 something pages of notes, really kind of tracking my thoughts as I was going along. And one of the things I wrote down was, I thought the sickness was in the planet. They just couldn't find it, like somewhere in the core. So I thought that we're going to go down in.
Gotcha.
To kind of find out the root of it. The ancients couldn't figure that out. It had spread too much and too fast. So the only recourse was to create Zodiark. So they created the medicine for the planet to stem that disease, to hold it back. Yeah. And without that disease, Zodiark now being gone, the disease is running rampant again. So that my theory there was kind of playing out true. But the problem with Zodiark is that he had, as far as a medicine, he had side effects. Like he constantly needed to be fed to keep going, to keep things, in place. And that's where Hydaelyn was created, the medicine to combat the side effect, to combat the disease.
Yep.
Hey, my background in medicine, I know all about this stuff. So
fair enough.
Little side note here. One of my favorite cartoons is, here's a prescription for what ails you. And then here's another prescription. What's that for? Oh, this is for to help you when you see the price of the first one.
There you go.
So anyways, with that done, so I thought it was the whole disease was in the core of the planet somewhere.
Gotcha.
Thinking maybe Silver Tier, because I was really hoping we get to Silver Tier and would do a nice loop, because it was part of the 1.0 trailer. You get to see that whole battle.
Yep.
Midgar Summer go down with the warship. I was hoping that would come back as a great full circle moment. Not what we got. Moving on though, Hermes is given a chance to be given a seat on the 14. He gets to be Fandaniel. So we're like, oh, we now connect those dots.
Yep.
Do we know that Fandaniel was Amon yet at this point?
Yes, we learned that Fandaniel was Amon back before the first dungeon. Oh. It's when we get to the first dungeon that he monologues about being Amon.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So it's been a couple months. So anyways, so to see that this person has traced from Hermes to Amon to Fandaniel, and real degeneration of his psyche.
Yeah.
Was kind of crazy. You're like, well, how does this person, this scientist, become crazy town like he is? Yeah. We find out basically though that he's got what I call a PETA syndrome.
PETA, yeah.
He basically PETA inside a person, which doesn't lend itself well to a scientist, in my opinion. What were your feels on his development as a base character for Hermes?
It's it's one of those things that like I understand where he's coming from. I do get it. I guess it's a problem that's really only a problem for the ancients of that time. I mean, like they are literally beings who can create anything. They legitimately create life.
Yeah.
And the fact that like they deem certain creations of theirs to be just inadequate, and they just eradicate them. They just literally make entire species extinct because they're like, well, they don't integrate well enough with this world, or they're too dangerous, or this, that, and the other, whatever reasoning that they come up with, and they just eradicate complete species of creatures that doesn't sit well with Hermes. It being like a problem only for him is a little weird. How there's no other like ancients that are like, maybe this is a little unethical to do this. He seems to be like the only one who has an issue with it, is a little weird. But
Yeah.
I understand it. I get I do get the motivation for why he kind of has this like weird nihilistic outlook on life. And with what happens with Medion, further on in the story, and when you're in Elpis, it kind of just exacerbates his feeling overall of like, you know, what is the point? Like, what's the purpose of life if
We can
we can
take
just
it
end
and
it whenever we want?
yeah.
And you know, so I get
And
it.
it's thought, that they're not gods, right? Like, why
Yeah,
are they playing God?
yeah. Basically, it's what they're doing is they're playing God.
Yeah. Um, but yeah, it's had a hard time reconciling the scientist part of him with this whole religious
Yeah,
awakening with him, or PETA syndrome. I love the animals, I do, but I'm also taking it from a character standpoint that, if your job is to study the animals and the creations in this confined space, it just seems weird to me. Like, and maybe the reason that there's no one else like him around is because they're filtered out lower in the tiers before they get up to
maybe.
his status. Like the
Yeah.
fact that he's the chief, people just like, okay, boss, he's the chief.
Well,
They don't really
yeah.
question him.
That's true. And it's probably a lot to do with the fact that, too, kind of like how the Garleans were kind of indoctrinated to just believe they were better than everybody else. It's probably just ancient society has just gotten to the point where, like, it's just another day in the life. Like, they just create something that they want to create.
Yeah.
It doesn't work out, just get rid of it. It's whatever. They probably don't assign a lot of value to these creatures that they make. And for whatever reason, Hermes is somebody who assigns a lot of value to it. He sees value in life, even if it's something small or insignificant, like some weird creature he creates. And he, for whatever reason, wants to save him and doesn't think it's right to just completely eradicate him. And I get it. I do get it. And again, it's just it's a problem very unique to that civilization, right? Because we as a species don't have to worry. We nobody has to worry about that. Just being able to create a species and getting rid of it. I guess we kind of do because we've eradicated entire species before. I guess, like, where's the dodo bird, right? So I guess it kind of hits home, but
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, it's a little difficult to reconcile, but I guess you could still be a scientist and not completely make certain species extinct. Like there's a fine line between the two.
Yeah, but
So
there's also a difference because you're the ones that are creating them. That's not like,
yeah,
they evolved and came into being naturally, and now they're going extinct through their actions. They created them.
yeah,
Create them, bring them out. You know, hmm, that's a difficult, like, moral conundrum that
it's a
I'm
quandary for sure. Yeah,
definitely not going to get into here, because I do love the animals, but it's a video game. We'll just move on.
yeah, sure.
We'll kind of jump ahead here in the notes here. When did we realize who the big bad of the X Pack was? And for me, it did happen in this zone. I guess the moment was, when she started to go crazy when we got the communications from her sisters. So Medion wasn't the only one of her. Hermes made hundreds of them, and he sent them out into space to look for other worlds and see how they're dealing with life and how life is on their planets, to find, because they can't be the only planet that has life.
Yeah,
We deal with that kind of conundrum, in the real world. We can't be the only planet with life. We just don't have the resources to go out and explore for that.
right.
But he's doing that. He's exploring. He's sending out these Medions to go and explore, and they're sending back communications back to his Medion here. So she went a little crazy. But I think part of it was, when we found out that he did send out hundreds, a fleet of Medions, I'm like, oh, well, that's not going to end well. And I switched from this being an issue in the core of the planet to something extraterrestrial. That's when it hit for me. What was the other part? Lost my train of thought. Well, while I think of that, what were your thoughts on Medion's development into a central character for the story?
I thought it was really interesting. I kind of liked it a lot, actually. So you can kind of understand where Hermes is coming from because he is so disillusioned with life
Sure.
where he is as being an ancient that he is so desperate to find meaning in the universe, in life. He is so desperate to find a purpose. And this whole thing about him not really liking destroying creations that people have made, him not really even understanding because his mentor was the previous Fan Daniel, and the previous Fan Daniel decided that he wanted to end his life because he feel like he fulfilled his purpose, so he wanted to go back to the live stream or whatever. And
Yeah.
That's kind of like a rite of passage for these people who are immortal, basically, is when they've decided that they've kind of had enough, that they just go back to they kill themselves, basically, but they just kind of like
Let themselves
go back to the earth, right? And he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what the purpose of that is. Like, if life can be ended so easily and at a whim, like what's the purpose of life? And so he is so desperate to find this purpose that he sends out these messengers to other planets to find it. And when all of these other messengers, again, that's when I thought it was going to be an extraterrestrial being that kind of took over Medion. But when you find out that like all of these other planets have basically been destroyed, like something has happened to all of these civilizations to where there's nothing left, or everybody that's still alive is filled with so much despair and just nihilism, and that there is no purpose, that not only does it corrupt Medion, right, but it kind of corrupts Hermes too, because he's confirming that there really is no purpose in life anymore. And for him, he's that to him is just the utter despair that he feels at that point of there being no purpose. And so I think he kind of loses himself there too. And that's why he decides to do what he does at the end of the next dungeon that we'll discuss. Is he's basically tasking us with finding a purpose. And if we can't find the purpose, then the world is just going to be destroyed, or whatever has happened is going to happen. So, yeah, I think that's where I was going with that.
All good, man. You're just telling me your thoughts and telling everyone your thoughts. I felt that this was, again, I feel like the whole thing here at the end is kind of rushed, being packed into these last 4 levels. That we're going through as far as MSQ. Dynamis in particular, being kind of shoehorned in. And that's my thought. It's shoehorned in. It's not everybody's thought.
I do agree with you. I think that the idea of this force that exists out there that we have no idea about.
Yeah.
Apparently, like, not even the ancients knew about it. Besides Hermes, he is like the one person
found out by accident. Yeah.
And he found it out by accident, and he is now like the master of it and is able to create creatures who can literally like be this. Like, they are the embodiment of this force that is apparently equally as powerful, if not more so, than ether. And like how it's this
thinner. It's thinner, force. Right? So you got aether, which is this thick power that we're all part of.
Yeah.
We're all created of. And then you have this underlying force called dynamis that's more based on emotions.
Yeah. But apparently is so powerful that can literally create like catastrophes, right? And is so strong that like, because Medion has a control over it, that she can like just literally sentence entire planets to just destruction. It does seem kind of shoehorned in that all of a sudden there's this like Deus Ex Machina power that is the big bad of the past 10 years, right? Yeah. That caused the final days in Amarat, that's causing the final days on our planet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know. So I do agree with you. I again, let me reiterate, I like the story, I like where it goes, I like everything, but there are some things that I feel like are a little just thrown in to throw it in.
Yeah.
So
yeah, when you had mentioned Dynamis dude, is that what you said earlier? I was like, yeah, Dynamis
dude, sure, yeah.
Yeah, I'm losing my train of thought here.
Okay.
let me get to the notes here. I had remembered when I also realized that maybe Medion was more of a problem than we thought. When they foreshadowed the moment where Hermes didn't give the plans for Medion's creation to the proper authorities. Because every time you create something, you have to submit those plans to the proper authorities.
An approval process,
yes,
right?
A whole approval process. But because he's the chief, he can kind of skate by on the edges and stuff.
Yeah.
So the fact that he never did submit the paperwork, basically you have this undocumented creature that no one has any idea how it actually works or anything except for Hermes. I'm like, yeah, this is probably going to be a problem. I didn't expect it to be as big of a problem as it is, but yeah. So Medion gets the information back from her sisters. She goes crazy, which in turn drives Hermes crazy, and he goes from his PETA side back to his scientist side and basically trying to equate, well, if there's no purpose, then there's no purpose. Basically, we should just end it all. And he takes Medion and flies the hell out of there to get more information from her, and we're left to give chase.
We are also kind of skipping over meeting Vana and what she is all about, too.
Well, we meet Vana after that whole sequence, right?
No,
that was on the lower levels, and then we meet Vana on the upper level.
Well, yes, but before the whole Medion stuff goes down, though, because we meet Vana as we're like kind of like going after, not going after Hermes, but like kind of following after him.
Yeah,
because with her, we watch that whole scene. I mean, she also just kind of low key, casually hand waves the echo for us. She's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, that's just like a thing that I give people. It's like a traveler's thing that like kind of keeps people's ether from getting corrupted. Yeah, it's the echo. Oh, and also you can like sense the ether around you and kind of tell, like look back in time, because that's how we see Hermes send out the birds. We were with Vana, right? So like,
again, I think that was after. We dealt with the whole Medion thing, and he takes her away, and then we have to kind of give chase and go through the remaining islands, and that's where we see Vana, right. And Vana then guides us through.
We also, because I remember the scene where we're sitting with Vana and with Emmett Selk and Hythlodaeus, and we're explaining why we're here.
Yes, but we never tell Hermes that. So his part was done. That was first half Elpis.
Maybe you're right. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, and then we get to Vana.
I know right after the dungeon we leave Elpis, though, right?
Yes, after the dungeon, we were done with Elpis. So that was the very end. So we get done with Hermes. He's taken off with Medion. Then we were like, okay, we gotta chase him down. So we get up to the upper levels, and we come across Vana, not Hydaelyn, actual Vana, because we're back in time. The whole craziness and Final Days hasn't happened yet. So it's Vana, and she instantly recognizes her magic upon us.
Yeah.
Which is awesome. Yes, just like you said, it's a traveler's ward. And we're like, well, that's awesome. But that she then quickly deduces logically, like, well, I didn't do this to you in the past, so you must be from the future, because I don't know you.
Yep.
So we're basically have to reveal who we actually are. We're not a familiar. We're from the future. We divulge the whole issue, the finer details of the history with Hythlodaeus, Emmett Selk, and Vana. Thank you. And I think that Emmett Selk's reaction is exactly how I thought he would react to this. It's like, you're so full of shit. I can't believe that. There's no proof that you're from the future, other than Vana saying, "Well, I didn't give this to you in the past, and I've never known you before."
Right.
So I think Emmett's part in this was completely well done. Hythlodaeus, being the more inquisitive explorer type, wanted to know more. And Vana, I felt, was like right on board. She's like, yeah, okay, yeah, I believe you. Yeah, this is something we need to take care of.
Mm-hmm.
This is where Elpis, I think, took their storytelling to another level. Like the lore drops here were awesome.
Yeah.
What is your thoughts on second half of Elpis?
Really, really cool. I liked how we had to prove ourselves to Vanal by facing her one-on-one in
That
combat,
was
which is
great.
cool.
That was great.
I also like finding out that she was the previous Azem. So
That was cool. Yes, I was like, oh, we're like kindred spirits.
yeah, so that's a lot of fun. And um, overall, I think it was really well done. I like the character of Vanal a lot, and obviously, and the scene that happens after the dungeon is really cool
Oh,
too. But we'll talk
powerful.
about that after the dungeon.
Very
Yeah,
powerful.
very powerful. But yeah,
Um,
liked it.
Another great screenshot moment is when you guys are up on that very top island on the rampart. You guys are looking out upon all of Elpis. Definitely take some screenshots there. The view is amazing. Hopefully the weather's good for you at that point. But yeah, at this point, you know, we rounded them all up. Emmett's coming around. He's like, okay, fine, whatever. We go to Katisis to confront Hermes and Medion, because we know the final days are coming. This is probably what leads to it. We need to get him involved. I'm going to leave the dungeon to you first. How did you feel about Katisis?
It was the first dungeon that I did with Trust because I couldn't not do a dungeon with Emmett Selk, Hythlodeus, and Vanilla. I had to.
Yes.
So, and plus it kind of breaks immersion to just bring 3 random people from somewhere here.
Yeah,
we're kind of here
past.
by ourselves. So, you know, suspension of disbelief in subsequent runs of the dungeon, but for the first dungeon, I figure I'd go in with the bros. So that was a lot of fun seeing them interact with each other and all that stuff. Who doesn't want to do a dungeon with Emmett Selk? He's like everybody's favorite.
And anyway, he's a Dark Knight.
And he's a Dark Knight. Yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Overall, I think the dungeon is a lot of fun. I like the environment a lot. I like how it's like an environmental testing facility for all of these creations, like how it would how they would function in different climates. First boss is kind of easy once you know the gimmick of finding where his footprints go, and second boss is cool with the 3 heads that all shoot in different directions. So. But I will say that the final boss is probably the hardest of all the Endwalker bosses, in my honest opinion. I think it's probably the hardest.
So. I've actually wiped a couple times on that. First boss though, and I put this in the little show notes. Planned rescue ? LOL. Yeah. This is the one fight where I planned my rescues so that I could make sure that I had them, because I don't think there's been a single playthrough where I didn't have to rescue someone to get on the right side. So there's a little mechanic where the boss dives under the snow and or actually goes invisible, or both, because he got footprints on the top, but he's under the ground. So he's invisible, but also, I don't know, whatever.
Who knows?
You have footprints, and where the footprints lead is where he's going to pop up out of the snow. So now that I really think about it, that mechanic doesn't make sense. But anyways, he's going to do a big cleave in front of him, and if you know where his footprints stop, that's where you just need to be on that side to avoid the cleave. Well, there's always someone that doesn't know what's going on, and they're just like, where's the boss? They'll just stand here. So I've planned to rescue someone each time, and after the first time seeing it, people get it. So
people get it. Yeah,
that's my planned rescue for this expansion. Nice. I like the dungeon. I agree with you that Hermes is probably the hardest dungeon boss out of the leveling dungeons.
Yes.
The one thing that debated me the first time was the meteors.
Me too. I had no idea how to tell what that mechanic did.
Yeah.
And then once I got it, I got it.
Yeah. But once you got it, you got it. You know, it's one of those fail the first time, and then once you see it, okay. Yeah, that's how that works. I wish that was the way it was for most people that are playing this, because I feel that that boss in particular, I have to do so much more rezzing.
Yes,
because
absolutely.
people just don't care to respect the mechanics, and it's only going to get harder from here. Respect mechanics or die, and you put the burden on the healer, or he just doesn't heal you at all or res you at all because he doesn't think your brink of death is worth it. So, overall thoughts on Katisis? Like, yay! I mean, where's this in your rankings of the leveling dungeons?
It's probably middle of the road, maybe like third or fourth.
That's where I have it too.
Yeah, overall, really like it. I like the armor set a lot. It's just a Hero's Gauntlet recolor, but the Hero's Gauntlet gear looks incredible, so I'm always cool with that. But the weapons look really cool. Really cool. I like almost all of them, so
I'll have to
go
check
out
that
and
out.
collect the Katasis weapons because they're amazing.
Unless you're a scholar or a summoner, in which case all you have is a book, so who really cares?
I don't remember which dungeon it's from, but one of the leveling dungeon books are really cool because it looks hollow from the outside, and then when you flip around and look at it from the top down, you can see the pages. But on the other side, it looks invisible. I think that's really cool. Wow. I think it might be Katasis. I'll have to look.
But... That's interesting. Why didn't they do more of that stuff?
I know.
Well, maybe I'd still be on Scholar.
It's a new age for books. Who knows? Maybe they'll actually come out with some cool ones.
It's still just a book. And the fact that 2 jobs have the same piece of equipment.
Yeah. That's just a shame.
It sucks.
But
anyways. So when we're done with Katisis, we get more lore drops on us. Basically, and we found this out earlier, that Hermes has this device called Kairos, and basically he can wipe the memories of any determined time and just completely gone. So he wants to wipe our memories and let Medion go and test basically humanity's resolve to not just tear itself apart. And because of all that he's heard from Medion on all these civilizations dying. The fact that we're getting a callback to the 2.0 original trailer, because if you remember, after Louisoix does what he does, people don't remember what happened to the Warriors of Light. All they remember is these figures in light, and they don't remember anything. So Kairos was used there, wasn't really specifically mentioned, but I mean, you have to assume that it was used there. For what purpose? I don't know. Maybe just not to give the people hope that there are these Warriors of Light, that we just didn't exist. And it looks like they used it on all of Eorzea.
Yeah.
So, but that little callback I thought was the most interesting part of this. The fact that he's making this kind of a game to test our resolve when we all know what the true culprit of the final days is, really kind of sucks. But then the worst part of it is that Vana and us escape the mind wipe, so we're left with our minds intact. We know what's going to happen, but there's nothing we can do about it. Like, it just has to play out. How did you feel about this segment of the story? Because it left me a little confused. Like, I'm like,
It was okay. I think that the whole memory wiping thing is probably one of the most contrived things of the whole story, personally, just for me.
Well, that and time travel.
Now that it's a callback to like what happened during, the Dalamud coming down and all that makes more sense to me, but still it feels a little contrived. But it's a reason for us to hang out with Emmett Selk again, so it's cool. Yeah, and it makes sense that, like, his memory's wiped. That's why he doesn't remember us.
Yeah.
And you do get a callback for that later when we get to the final zone. He's like, because then he remembers and he's like, well, now I remember you and all that stuff. But
Yeah.
anyway,
his to expand on that, because he is dead, he went to the ethereal sea, and all his memories are now with him, because they weren't, those memories weren't destroyed, they were just removed and put in the sea, I guess, or locked away.
When we beat him and on the first, and it's when he remembers everything now, I guess. So but overall I think it's fine, because now we have an idea of what the final days are. We can go back to our time and try to figure out how to beat Medion, and sure. Vana does what she has to do, and what she has to do is become Hydaelyn. So
and that's where we have this powerful moment, going through her shoes in the final days, because she had wondered, why would I choose to do that instead of try to save everybody? Why is that my choice?
Yeah.
And they show, the final days are happening and people are falling into despair, and all they want to do is bring back the perfect world, which we saw from Medion's memories didn't work out so well. Like, those people that lived in the perfect world really, without anything to challenge them, without any sort of grief or suffering, okay, we're just here.
Life just
we're all happy.
Boring,
yeah, it's all boring. There's no purpose. There's no reason. So she realizes, okay, so I realize what I have to do, because everyone's clamoring for Zodiac to bring it back, perfect society and perfect world, and that's just not gonna cut it. We're just gonna fall down and end up like all the other civilizations. It's a big, powerful moment, seeing her make that choice, even to the point where you see this war-torn Amarot, and you see the dirt on her face, and she's just begrudgingly going through. It's just, hits hard.
Yeah, it's a very powerful scene for sure.
Anything else for Elpis? Any big moments that you want to expand on?
I think we've covered pretty much everything. I feel like Elpis is when the story started to drag a little bit for me. I feel like we were kind of in Elpis for a long time.
We were in there for quite a while. Yeah.
I did like all of the revelations, and I liked the characters, obviously. And, you got the glam, you got the Amarot glam, so you got to wear that when you're in Elpis.
That was another thing. Like, I actually made it a point. Each zone I wore a specific lamb and chose a specific mount to kind of keep aesthetic, kind of starting in Garlemald. So I used Fenrir, the little snow mount. I used the winter clothes up until the dungeon. And I guess a viewer kind of spoiled it for me. For Elpis, I should choose the Shadowbringer's Collector's Mount. It was the same mount that was used by Emmett. So that's I was like, oh, that's dope. I'm like, why would I use that mount? That doesn't make sense. But then
pretty cool, yeah.
He busts out his version of the mount. I was like, oh, that makes a whole lot of sense. Which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is our thoughts on Elpis and Katisis. Drop a comment down below. Let us know your thoughts. We'd love to hear from you. And thank you for coming by. Moving on to Labyrinthos and Sharlayan visited again.
Yep, we're going back.
So, big developments in Sharlayan. Now that we know what's going on. But after the kind of the drag that we had in Elpis, I'm feeling they just really hit an all-time low with Sharlayan and Labyrinthos Part 2. Like, it just hit just the bottom of the, can we just get this moving on, from creating the plan to get to Medion and fighting with the Forum. Not really fighting, discussing with the Forum. like, hey, we're going to help you. We want this planet to see. We want humanity to survive. We want to take as many people to the moon as possible. But we probably need to borrow the ship that you're creating.
Probably.
To get there. This whole thing dragged so long. One of the worst parts was in Labyrinthos, when you're in the square with the Aetheryte and you have to find 8 different people to help cheer up, but there are no markers. So you have to, and it's a pretty large space, right?
Yep.
It's a pretty large space. I think I spent 30 minutes on this one MSQ quest. It's an MSQ. It's not a side quest. It's an MSQ. So you can't proceed until you find all 8 people. I spent 30 minutes on this one quest.
Yeah. That was miserable.
It sucked so much. But on the flip side, Urian J and Britta's parents. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean,
pull on the heartstrings. Come on.
The story dragged, but the moments we got were really good. Oddly enough. So
oddly enough.
The whole Urian J thing was very touching. It was very nice. It didn't hit me that like, I know it made a lot of people like tear up. It didn't really hit me like that. It was just like nice for him to get a moment like where we haven't had a lot of just like Urian J moments, right? So to see one with him was really nice, and how he's kind of been holding that guilt for what happened to Britta with him for a long time, and the guilt of like not being able to face her parents. I don't know if he feels like he's responsible, but like, you know, she made that sacrifice herself. And I guess that's kind of what her parents, you know, kind of convey to him. Like, you don't have to hold this guilt. Like, she did what she wanted to do because that was her path. She felt like that was what she needed to do. So you need to like, you know, kind of like stop holding all this guilt inside of you and just let go. And I thought that was a really nice moment. You know, where her mom and Urian J embraced, and
that hug was just nice. I'm like, oh, my boy Urian J, he needed that hug so bad.
You could see him. I don't know if this was intentional. I'm pretty sure it was, but you could see him like trembling, and it was really powerful.
Yeah, the tremble, just, and he didn't know what to do, and then he's like, puts arms. Oh, so good. The fact that they understood that Myrmidon was her own person, made her own choices.
Yeah.
You don't need to hold on to that guilt, dude. It's all good. We all make our own choices. But yeah, that was probably the highlight of the drag fest.
That and everybody coming together. I'm a sucker for like everything coming together.
Go for it. I'm putting on you.
Game and all, everything coming together.
You take the boat scene, because we needed special ore to facilitate, you know, the ship needed a little bit more power to get the timely jumps. So we needed a special ore to facilitate that. Well, they couldn't get their hands on it. They have all these glamours. They couldn't get their hands on it. Well, you know what? Alphinaud just going to pop that link pearl in there, call up all his homies, and he'd get it here in no time. It's like, I got this, whatever. If you couldn't tell from my Fascistus tone there, that was a little bit of, reaching there, I think, on their part.
They needed Allegan tech, bro. They needed Allegan tech, and they can't just get their hands on Allegan tech. How like the Gleaners can't go into the binding coils.
I understand the Charlayans are, you know, they're basically scholars, just sit on their butt and read books and be all diplomatic and stuff, but like, you guys have been on this for years. Like, you can, and this is what baffles me about them cutting themselves off. So like, when you cut yourselves off, you know, then you can't, if you run into a problem, you can't get the help you need.
Yeah, and that's another point too. Like, they need to reach out to other people. They need that Allegan ore, and they need vast amounts of ether, like a
metric crap
load of ether.
Like, and maybe like 6 primals worth of ether, like, right?
Like maybe like Kojin relic levels of ether, right?
Yeah,
like they need a lot of it.
You know, like Garuda type levels, like you know, Titan and Ifrit levels. You know, like 6 of them maybe. You know, like that might be enough. Anyways, so Alphinaud gets on the horn to all his homies from all over the world, all the places, and they're like, "Yeah, man, we'll help you. We know where to go." Like, it's just no big deal. Okay. And then we do our trek around the circle on the other side of Labyrinthos. This is where we have our drag moment. We basically are waiting for the world to save itself, I guess. I mean, that's basically what's happening, right? The world needs to come together, find this ore to save itself. So,
Sure.
I don't have another way to put it. Banded
Mm-hmm.
together on a common cause.
Yeah.
To save itself. Yeah.
I mean, I see it as we've touched all of these. They're coming together for us, like literally the Warrior of Light. We've done so much for the entire world. When we need their help, they will drop everything and come help us. And I think that's a really powerful thing. I actually love the scene.
Okay, so
We see
since you love the
everybody.
scene, I'm going to give it to you. My comments, thoughts on it are on the negative side because we just went through the whole drag fest in Labyrinthos to come out to Charlan. When we got this, and we spent 30 minutes on this cutscene. So it's all yours. Go for it.
Well, I mean, like I kind of explained it. I mean, we've reached out to all of these people. We've helped all of these people. We've got people from all of the world, the city states. They literally owe us so much. We've got the Sky Pirates from the Void Ark story coming to save us. We've got Sid, Nero. We've got Omega and Alpha are even coming to see what's going on. Um, we all of these people coming together. All of the beast tribes are coming together because we've helped literally all of them. We've saved all of these people from tempering. We've saved people from the towers. Um, like the Amal Ja, we saved them from that. Like we were basically calling in all the favors that we've loaded up on us all the way from back to like when we were just adventurers in 2.0. We're calling in all the favors. We got all of the people coming to help us to get this elegant ore. Like they're literally going into the binding coils to get this ore for us. They're collecting their artifacts. The Cochin artifacts are coming. We've got like the Sword of Tenzin coming in. We've got like everybody. And I love that kind of stuff because it just shows how much we've helped the entire world and how much the world is willing to come help us when it's their time of need. You know what I mean? So I thought that was really, really powerful and special. And I don't know if we went past when we go back to Garlemald to like save the people of Radzat Han from like the creatures, but that's when we see Xenos again, and I think that's something worth talking about too, because we don't get very many scenes with Xenos, but that was one of them that we get. So, and I think that's a turning point for his character. So, yeah. hmm Well, I'm not justifying the content of the gameplay. I mean, I thought that was boring as hell going around that circle and doing all that stupid stuff. Like, don't get me wrong. I think it was I didn't like having to find those random people in Charlene Hamlet that didn't have quest markers, or I didn't like the fact that yeah we basically had to go with the Loperates to go see what growing food was about. I thought that was kind of dumb. I'm not justifying that, but I like the story of it. I just don't like the content of it. Uh oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I I like the scene though. I like seeing people from old expansions, and I live for that kind of stupid stuff. Just old nostalgia. Like I'm a sucker for nostalgic shit. So, fair. Mhm. Oh yeah. Yeah, poor guy. Mhm. 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 Alright, fine, yeah. Mhm. I think we just need a lot of ether, and I think well, we have to talk to Hydaelyn for some reason too. Well, it's a little bit of both, and so we like need to go talk to Hydaelyn for this ether or something. And so they let us know that yes, because they've abandoned the ante tower, they've been using this to communicate with yeah. Mm, yeah. Yep. Mm, yeah. Uh, I didn't mind it. I thought it was fun. Yeah, they were really trying to hit you with nostalgia stuff, like, oh, look, it's like Monbrita's axe, and it's Louis Swa coming to save us because they're like it's like the lingering souls of all our friends are like coming to help us or whatever. And not just that, but we're getting enemies too. So we've got like, um, we've got the boss. The choices for the bosses, what I thought were interesting. We've got like Livia, Sas Junius, who came to get us. The white chick with the we fight in Castrum Marinium or whatever, and then we've got Ritatine Sas Arvina to come get some revenge for killing him in Cape Westwind all the time, which is interesting. Um, Yeah, that's true. He is one of the more challenging bosses, I will say. But I mean, it's interesting that they chose them out of all of the foes that we've vanquished over the years. Why they chose those two characters in specific was weird. But um, and then of course the final boss, Aemon, was a lot of fun. Not super challenging, but super uh not atmospheric, but super, I guess, atmospheric because we're seeing mechanics that he did when we fought him in Circus Tower, but he's doing them here because we're fighting him again, right? I thought that was really interesting. So yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, the trash was really boring. Like there's nothing special about the trash. Yeah. Besides being like buffed up by Horse Font, I thought that's kind of cool because you get to kill the next trash pack faster. So that's fun. Mm-hmm. You mean Yotsuyu? Yeah. Uh, well, now I can't remember his name. That's great. Yeah. Yep. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Probably. Yeah. Uh, yes, absolutely. I used trusts. The fact that they were able to balance a fight with trusts, an eight-person fight with trusts is crazy. Um, also, also, not to derail us a little bit, but I don't know if your audio is working, my good friend. You might not be work because Winnie's telling me she can't hear you.
Awesome.
I, I'm so, I'm sorry.
All good. We'll just keep it moving. I had myself muted from the snooze fest of the coming back with the all the ore. It's all good. We'll just keep
She
it
can
going.
hear you.
Yeah, I unmuted myself.
She
I'm
can
good
hear you
at
now.
this.
Okay. All right. No, no,
I'm good at
no.
this stuff.
It was worth it for the bit. All right. So no, but okay. So we're talking about Hydaelyn right now. So yes, Hydaelyn was a very fun fight, and another fight that I wiped multiple times on with Truss because I had no idea what was going on. So I wiped a lot. So, but I really like the music is again really good. Answers is super good. And I am very impressed that they were able to do an 8-person fight with Truss. And of course, you had to do it with Truss because when you start the fight, she's basically testing our resolve, the Scion's resolve. Do we have the power? Do we have what it takes to fight Medion? Because for years and years, that's basically what her purpose was to wait until that we had enough to till somebody had enough power to face Medion. And she finally found it in us, but she needs to test us to make sure we have what it takes. So yeah, we got to fight her. So I thought, obviously you got to bring your trust with you because they're all standing there with you, they're ready to go, and to just bring in 7 random people just seems like it would kill the moment. So I don't know if that's how you felt, but that's how I felt. So
I loved it, dude.
yeah.
Doing the trust on an 8-man. I was giddy. I'm like, oh, please do this in the future. This would be so amazing. I was actually had the expectation that we'd use the trust on the final trial.
Yeah.
Didn't happen, but still, it was awesome.
For sure.
So I hope they do more of that in the future. Yeah. If they don't just outright, because I hear They said they're probably going to expand Trust back to previous expansions.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm hoping that they maybe take that tech and use it on at least the story mode. So if someone wants to do Sephiroth normal, they want to go through the Triad story, they don't have to wait forever for 7 other people. Probably 7 other people that are like, oh, why are we doing Sephiroth normal? And don't give a damn. And just, because there's no rewards. There's no rewards in those normal modes.
That's true. Yeah.
I'd have to expect people just to peace out. They're like, oh, screw this. I don't know rewards other than my roulette. Nah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, they could do that. I mean, it's proven they have the technology now. So
we have the technology. This game is getting further and further away from MMO, right?
Just be a single player game. Yeah.
The only thing we do to the MMO part is maps and Savage Raids and Ultimates. That'll be it. We'll be all done.
Just bring Trust into Ultimates, dude. Easy.
No, I don't want that.
Could you imagine?
I don't want that.
I don't want it either. I'm just.
I don't want that.
That'd be miserable.
That would be miserable. All right. So we pass her trial.
Mm-hmm.
And then she reveals to us that basically she's done. She's releasing Vana and she's releasing herself. And this mother crystal isn't actually like Hydaelyn. The mother crystal, she knew that we would need a metric crap ton of aether. So she's been hoarding this aether into these crystals for us to use when the time came, because she knew we'd have to get to space somehow on a ship, probably to confront her. So like she had the forethought to like, I gotta hoard this for millennia, tiny bit here, tiny bit there. So this also leads me to remember thinking, maybe this is part of why over these 10 years that we've gone through this, why she's constantly becoming weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. Because more and more of the aether and the aether around her is being consolidated into this crystal for our eventual departure.
Yeah, it's definitely that. And obviously it's a mix of that and the rejoinings that have happened. But like even before that, like there hasn't been a rejoining since we've started the game. So back 10 years ago. Mm-hmm. So like, I guess there was a rejoining during the Bahamut crap when the Bahamut came down. Anyway,
1.0 to 2.0, yeah. But since then, no.
And, but yes, she's been hoarding all this ether for us, and I guess she remembers us from Elpis, so like I guess she kind of knew it was going to be us all along. I don't know why she didn't tell us beforehand, but
this is where I think time stories are just so, because what's the chicken, what's the egg? You got to set your rules, and it's like
you jumped the shark a little bit. Maybe she forgot us a little bit when she became Hydaelyn. I don't know. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyway,
we my problem with Alexander back in the day too.
Yeah. So we need the mother crystal. So she's giving us that. So she's kind of relinquishing herself. She's letting herself die so that we can use this power. And she's giving us a little bit of creation magic in the form of the crystal of Azem. She gives us a little bit of her magic.
Yep. She goes.
And she's like, use this in an emergency.
Yep. In an emergency, break crystal.
Yeah. So she's gone, man. So Zodiac and Hydaelyn are gone, dude.
Zodiac and Hydaelyn are gone. I'm so sad because this show is named after our lovely goddess.
I know. We can still be her heroes, though.
Yeah, we're still her heroes. That's right. Yeah. And I still name the planet Hydaelyn, even though I guess they're trying to retcon that into Aetheris. Into
Aetheris. Yeah. Even though, to me, like, Aetheris would be the perfectly joined planet. Whatever. It just doesn't matter.
I would go with that name, yes, if all the rejoinings had happened.
Yeah.
So if it were one unsundered world, yes, I would take that. But this is sundered, so this is the source. This is Hydaelyn, whatever. Anyways. But then the question now comes, Piers, how do we get all this crystal to the top side? What do we do?
Well, we need to somehow move all of this ether, right? Yeah, like you said, we have to get all this ether from one point to another, and it's very difficult to do that because it's a lot. The crystal's big. It's a very big crystal.
Yeah. Ginormous. Like the size of... Ugh.
There is one
Castle.
way that we can make all of this ether modular.
Oh, really?
And that is,
do tell.
Yeah, there is. Well, it's well, you need a lot of ether, which we have in the crystal,
Okay,
but we also need somebody to pray and form this crystal or this ether into a being.
Okay,
And,
okay. That sounds good. Is Thornton available? I heard he can do stuff like that.
Thornton's dead, dude. We killed him.
Okay, damn. Who else can we? Yeah, nothing's coming to mind. I don't think anybody else can do it. We might be screwed. I thought might be stuck there.
Yeah, but what about the beast tribes, bro? We've helped them.
I mean, yeah, we're back on the mend. I mean, we're trying to, recruit. But do you really think they're going to help us?
I mean, look, the Amalja literally owe us. Okay,
yeah,
the Sylphs
have
always
been
cool,
them.
So the Sylphs are cool.
The Sylphs are cool, yeah, to an extent, yeah.
But
Rom was a bro, bearded bro.
There are good people. We've done all the Beast Tribe quests, right? At least I have. Maybe we can just say that they're the ones bringing them into existence. I don't know. But we're good with the kobolds too, right? We did that whole instance with Merlvib, and she was shooting her guns.
Yeah, we taught them. We were probably one of the first to be taught how to cure tempering.
Yeah. So we're good with the kobolds. Maybe not so much with the Sahagin and the Ixal. Maybe we're not so good with them, but whatever.
Well, I mean, we're probably good with the Kojin. Yeah, the Kojin probably helps us out.
Because we bring the green Kojin in, right?
Yeah.
So they're good.
Okay.
That's our friend, right? We bring what's his name?
Yeah.
I forget the
Ninja Turtle,
the cool turtle guy who became like the new Genbu. Anyway.
Yeah, the new Genbu. Yes, that's that guy.
Soroban. That's it.
So, yeah. Well, I guess we'll just have them come over and pray and make primals, and nothing bad is going to happen, right?
No, because like they say, like
they're praying from a spot of hope and
yes, exactly.
And giving.
And in the past, tempering is only because they basically prayed to make other people like them. So like that's why tempering is a thing, because you're becoming like
malice in their hearts and such, and despair, and See, there's that despair.
Look, don't downplay the primal moment. I actually really like the primal moment.
I really like it too. It kind of gave me a Dragon Ball vibe. I don't know why. To kind of like, hey, look, we're going Super Saiyan in the ship, like
exactly.
And I'm sorry,
seeing
the interaction between Susano and Garuda.
Seeing Garuda and Susano talk was crazy. I thought that was cool.
Bask in the revelry.
Yeah.
And she's like, oh god, screw
this dude. Yeah.
And of course, Ifrit and Titan. So yeah, we blast off in the shit with what power, but then the primals are summoned by the beast tribes that we've helped, and I think there's like 6 of them. And they all fly up with us and get themselves sucked into these aether ports and right into the engine. So now we have all the power we need, because I'm sure there's still a big chunk of mother crystal, because it doesn't take all that much to. That's a huge crystal.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's still a lot down there. And that gives us the power we need to get to our destination, which is Ultima Thule.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
the other side of the universe.
Wow, this zone is crazy good. Like, and this is further down in the notes here, but I didn't think music should be progressed. Let's just say that. There's progression in the music. The further in the zone and the story you go, the music progresses and builds until it's its final form, which is glorious in all its, and I love the zone now with that music. Maybe not after I do like 30 hours of, standing and waiting for Chi, but that's a whole nother story.
Nobody should have to do that in their life ever. So,
Lord. So I'm going to give it to you first. What were your first thoughts of Ultima Thule?
So,
and maybe we can just like go by section, because there's like 4 distinct sections of that.
Just the initial, like, going to Ultima Thule, and then like we encounter Medion, and she's like, "Yo, well, like, what are you guys doing?" Like, and then Thancred, like, So we're all getting overcome by Dynamis because it's
Yeah.
like, crazy strong or whatever. And then
There's
like,
no Aether where we're at.
right. And Thancred like is the only one that gets up and like goes to strike Medion, and then like we all black out and we wake up and he's nowhere. But we've like somehow landed.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make a lot of sense because like if this is just like all Dynamis, like we shouldn't be able to like be here. But it
Sure.
seems like that Thancred is somehow sustaining our existence here. He's using it because Dynamis, if we haven't explained it, is like the power of emotion. And so his hope and his will for us to live is being able to sustain us in this land. That's called Ultimathul. So, he's basically gone. Like we don't know where he is. We're pretty sure he's like not. He's here like in spirit. Like his soul is here, like tangibly.
It's in the land. He's made the land. It's just he's gone.
But like they're not going to kill Thancred like that. So like I knew he was going to come back. But
he's going to be back.
But like
I didn't know that.
Like
I thought he was gone.
If they were going to kill off one of the Scions, it was going to be a big deal. And him just vanishing off screen while we blacked out, there's no way they were going to do that. So I knew he was okay. I knew he was fine.
I knew after the second one died. I'm like, okay. Well, I see there's a progression here. Everyone's going to be gone. They'll come back.
We're jumping the gun a little bit. We get off. We get off the ship and we're in like the dragon area. And there's a lot of these like weird ghostly dragons around, and we don't know really what's going on. But we kind of find out that like these are the dragons from like Midgardsormr's old star. So like right back where Midgardsormr is from, these are the dragons that like used to live on that star. But these are not like the real dragons. These are like constructs of Dynamis that Medion is creating to kind of stand in our path of these vestiges of these long destroyed stars, these long extinct planets, that are kind of standing before us, and we have to interact with them because like they're all we kind of try to understand like where they're coming from, why they decided to give up on hope and to just completely give in to despair, and so that's kind of what we're doing. So, yeah. How'd you feel about this area? At least the dragon area.
Well, to start out with the dragon area, I thought it was very interesting. I kind of figured out what they were and where we were, quote unquote. When we got to that first kind of domicile area, that was definitely ruined. But you could see the makings of that. The flooring was distinctly, Omega. The etching and the design was like from what you could see on Omega. So I'm like, well, we know from our bout with Omega during Stormblood that his last planet that he was, taking out was the planet of Midgardsormr and the dragons. And Midgardsormr took his clutch of eggs and escaped to us, and Omega followed. So this was like remnants of the people of Midgardsormr. I do feel that with that being the case, the fact that we didn't get any Midgardsormr sightings, whether that be, mount size or even minion size, I felt was a little like, oh, come on, he should wake up for this. Like this should be an important moment.
I think that they're like hand waving that by saying like he's in a slumber or sleeping. Like after we did our whole thing, like where we fought him in the Omega series raid, like he's just like sleeping now or something. I don't know. Like I think that's kind of what the deal is.
Too much. He had to use too much of his power and Aether to protect us, basically.
Yeah.
The prospect that that this is Dynamis and these beings, these iterations of the dragon folk were put here by Medion. She's trying to show us that, no, look, really, there is really no hope. There's no purpose. So if there's no purpose to living, you should all just let yourselves go and just die. And they'd show us that through, some of the old dragons, some of the eggs that were hatched. Like, I don't care, they're mutants anyway, so whatever.
Yeah, like corrupted or whatever.
Yeah, there was just no caring. There was no fighting for their lives. They just were giving up. And so that's what Medion was trying to show us, that there's no reason to live, so just give up. It's okay. But Sinian steps up and he's like, no, I know dragons.
Yeah.
I got this. So he steps up and basically does what the Ankra did. And he knows he's got to give himself up to combat this particular version of hope and despair. And he's gone. He swept up in a void storm, and next thing we know, we got a whole nother section of the area, which I thought was the most charming part of this zone. I liked the little space aliens that didn't
you
actually.
Like the
Yeah. You know, I thought when their head, disconnected,
just
floated around,
body.
comes back down. I kind of wish some of it was voice acted so I could kind of hear how they were speaking.
Yeah.
We kind of know what dragons sound like, kind of low, guttural. Later you got robots, and you just, I wish I knew how they were speaking to kind of, you kind of get a sense of how a being is by how they talk. But anyways, the second part I found was very charming. But the second part was a little bit different from the dragons in that they had reached the pinnacle of knowledge. They had become immortal. They had figured out why all exists and that there's basically no reason for existence. So they're now trying to reverse course to end it all because there is no purpose. So why exist? Like, it's all just random. You could all be dead. You could all just never been born in the first place. It's all just random. So why exist if there's no purpose? How did you feel at this point in the story?
Oh, it's even more like sure, the AI are cute and nice, but there's some of that's probably the darkest part, or one of the darkest parts of the whole, the civilizations that we go through, and just seeing like the despair and whatnot, and all these different planets and stars or whatever they want to call them. Like, it's completely just dark and nihilistic. Like, so you hit the nail on the head. These are people that have basically transcended their body, their mortal form, and become immortal, basically to seek knowledge and to seek the purpose and the meaning of life and the meaning of the universe. And what they've eventually come to find out is that in the future, the universe is going to die. That there's going to be a heat death of the universe where everything is going to stop and nothing will exist. And that knowledge is so harrowing to them that they just decided that, like you said, there's no point. There's just no point anymore. If it's all going to end someday, then what's the point of living now? Let's just, because we're immortal in these immortal constructs that we've created, now we want to try to, go back to mortal constructs so we can just end our lives in like the purest form possible. And that's what they're seeking out. And it's kind of really just dark to think about that. Like, it's even something we have to think about as a people, because in our universe, the theory of heat death is very true. Like, who knows if it's going to happen in billions of years, trillions of years, whatever. But there could be a time where, like, literally existence, there's nothing on it anymore. There's no life. It's just complete darkness.
Yeah, the sun just goes out, or you know, it's gonna explode, and there's nothing we can do about it. It's like
we have to contend with that, like, ourselves, and of course, it's not going to happen in our lifetime, or even our kids' lifetime. But like, it's something to think about, and it's just, obviously, it's different for an immortal species who they might eventually see that heat death of the universe, right? So they're just so. It's just a very depressing thought to think about. So. That was a very kind of just a harrowing point in the story for me, was learning their story. So I was pretty invested there.
Gotcha. But to counter their argument, though, you got Y'shtola and Urianger J stepping up to the plate. And now Urianger J knows what's happening now, and he's trying to keep secrets again. But he lets I believe us and Grahatia in. Doesn't let the twins on because they're very emotional. They'll try to stop, whatever plan you have that's going to harm yourself. So, but Urianger and Y'shtola step up to the plate and counter their argument. It's like, just because that there's no purpose doesn't mean we don't keep on living, that we just make our own purpose.
Yep.
We create our own reason for living. And so they step up to combat this notion. And then they get swept up in a void vortex, gone, and their Aether and Will create the third section of the zone. At this point, though, this is where I started to really like look around and see what was going on beyond the zone, because we got to really look at the edges of this second part of the zone, and you got to see some really cool, interesting stuff, little fan service. Piers, what did you notice on the outskirts of the zone?
There was some really interesting stuff. What I noticed is like this weird hollowed out planet in the distance that made me think of Cocoon from Final Fantasy 13. Like that's what I initially thought.
Yeah, me too.
So,
to me, I think it was a northeast and kind of lower underneath. You can kind of see some ruins, and those are most definitely the architecture of Xanarkand from Final Fantasy X. So those are really cool.
I'll have to go back and check.
Definitely have to go look at that. I'm like, that's cool too. And you really think about it, both of those worlds, sections, groups of people, kind of their civilizations died. Xanarkand, they died. They were done. So the fact that they're there, it's kind of
telling.
Yeah, kind of telling. The fact that the hollowed out planet there, Cocoon, that civilization's dead, encased in crystal. Everyone on there, if they're not off of it, it's dead. Yep. So, pretty cool stuff. The fact that they would bring that in, they're always so mindful of the history of Final Fantasy to bring it in where it's appropriate. And I really appreciate that with this team. Do you?
Very
do
true.
You, do you appreciate them?
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
good.
I think all of their little hints and Easter eggs are really well done, and just really like you can tell they have a love for the series. So,
let me move on to the third section. Piers, why don't you tell us about the third civilization and third area that we reach?
Sure. So the third civilization, you can clearly tell is whatever race created Omega. You can tell by the structures. You can tell by the name of the creatures there. There's like Beta and other
Sigma,
like Greek, Sigma, stuff like that. So like you can tell that this is the Omega civilization, and so it's very high tech and very robotic, and I think the people are called like the Omicrons. So like.
Yes.
You're interacting with them, and then like you have to kind of go commune with like the overseer, the overmind or whatever, and it's like not coming online. And when you do get it online, it's like talking about how we're basically all just gonna be on standby, and that's it. Everybody's on standby, and you're like, well, what's the deal with that? And then you find that there's one Omicron who's just kind of acting a little weird. It's not acting like the other ones.
A little weird, huh?
And so, like, you go and you follow him up to an upper area where he's, like, just, like, musing over this tree that he found, I guess the civilization found from one of the planets that they conquered. And he's just, like, musing to himself about how, like, no matter what, life will always find a way to survive. And he's just kind of thinking about how, like, is it right for my people to, like, conquest and take over these planets, when life maybe should just be left alone to just kind of do its own thing. And you can kind of tell that this is like the actual mind of the overmind. Like this is I forget what the stigma or whatever I think is what they call it. And so like eventually like Grahatia is like, well, I got to go talk some sense into this guy. And so, he goes and talks sense into him, and basically they're trying to find a purpose, because the only purpose they've ever known is conquest. And even though like this creature yearns for a new purpose, like he doesn't believe that they can find a new one, because all they've ever done is conquest. And so
Yeah,
G'raha's
because
like, you gotta find a way to make your own purpose in life. You can change. You can be someone new. You can go against your programming, and so that's when he eventually does what the past few people have done, and he gives himself up to the void, and he loses himself, and he disappears and opens up a new path for us. So
and this
yeah,
one kind of connected with me because these are so singular in purpose, in their programming.
yeah,
That their root is conquest, combat, and improve upon themselves,
yes,
to make themselves better, and then seek out the next challenge. Well, they got to the point where, well, they are at the top of the food chain. There's no one else better than them. They cannot evolve,
yeah,
so they now have no purpose.
yeah,
So this was, where the last one, it was kind of important to you. Like this one kind of felt holding for me is like, well, where do you go when you can do no more to better yourself?
yeah.
So yeah, they put themselves in standby, and basically they would just die once they ran out of power because there's nothing for them to do. They just
Hmm.
were sitting around. So yeah, that section kind of hit for me. In that way. But once Grahatia sacrifices himself, it creates the whole next section. And this is where that music progression, I believe, really hits its final tones. You get the
Hmm.
full theme of the zone, and it's absolutely beautiful. I don't know about you, but I sat for a couple minutes just listening to the song because it's so gorgeous.
I Up to that point, I had not teared up at all throughout the entirety of Endwalker. Like there are some really touching moments, but nothing made me tear up. But when Graha Tia sacrificed himself and that song came on, is the first time I actually started to get emotional. And I don't know what it was. It's not like I have a super huge connection to Graha Tia. I like him as a character a lot. He's like our bro. He's like our friend. But like, I don't know, just the way that Alice reacted, like, just for once, why can't you stay with us till the end? Why do you always have to be the one throwing yourself into things and sacrificing yourself? And that really hit home for me. And just the
Well,
song, yeah,
yeah,
that
because he
just
did
killed
that.
me.
He did that back in Shadowbringers
Yeah.
twice.
And so that, yeah, that's when I started to tear up. And from there on out, I was basically just a mess all the way up until like the dungeon. So,
Yeah, the
um,
rest of this is really pulls on the heartstrings. Because now we go up, and it's very, kind of jump puzzly a little bit. Like I had trouble kind of navigating.
mhm.
But this is also where that mechanic where you got to take the twins up, and they're joining you in companionship. And I did like the little bits of extra lore in those little lore bubbles. But I was like, I'm like, this is the end. I want to go. I know I felt rushed, and to have this invention of theirs pop up here at this point, I was like, oh my god, come on, let's go.
See, I have the exact opposite feeling from you. I
It's
think this
fine,
is where it's the
and
most
that's
well
fine.
done in the entire game, because you are left with the two characters who have been with you from the freaking beginning of your quest,
No,
from the
that's
beginning of
fair.
2.0
That's
in
fair.
in the carriage down to the end of it. It's the three of you, and it's always kind of been the three of you, and walking with them and going and then they talk about like all kinds of just really deep stuff
Yeah.
to you. And like what some of the ones that just hit with me the most is like Ali says, like talking about how like, I is this all just been a dream? Am I gonna wake up one day and grandpa's gonna be alive and everything is gonna be back to normal? And but then she's like, I that's not the life I want. I want, these experiences that we've experienced these past 10 years have been what defines me as a person, and I don't want to go back and be the person I was before. I want to be who I am now. And just like thinking about all that stuff. And
Yeah.
the twin, like there's one point where they're just like worrying about you. They're like, you worry so much about other people, like I worry about your health and how you're handling all this. Like how are you faring? Like I am very worried about you. And just them talking about that, it just really hit home for me. And I really was a mess throughout that whole thing. Like I was very emotional, because just looking back on the journey we've taken up to this point, and where we are now, and we're the last ones left, and it was very powerful for me. So yeah, that whole moment was very strong for me as a person. So, but yeah,
And then we get up to the last civilization, which
the necropolis, I think.
yeah, basically a civilization that has left no trace. There's no one there. There's no bodies. There's no one alive. There's just nothing. And we come to find out, but basically this is the one of the stars or planets that Medion visited, and she couldn't understand why there was a civilization and there's no trace of them. So this hit home for her that there could be no reason of why people didn't exist. And maybe this is the civilization that really broke her into becoming what she is. To think that people existed and maybe lived for centuries, millennia, and they're just gone. No reason, no trace. They're just poof. That is kind of maddening. You really wrap your head around that. To have Alphino and Alice then confront her and give her their center of being, this is where I came back in and started to cry because, I realized from the beginning, that first carriage to this moment, they've been along with us on this entire ride, and to see them go, even though I knew, they're coming back, but to see them to sacrifice themselves to step up to the plate in this moment, I know that we're the only ones that can keep moving forward to the big, thing in the sky. That was hard.
Yeah, I mean, and we as players who have, we know that they're coming back, but if you put yourself in the character's shoes, they fully thought that they were sacrificing themselves, legitimately, dying.
Yeah.
That's what they thought.
Mm-hmm.
And we were told by Y'shtola before, listen, we know you have the power to bring us back. We know you do, but you can't.
Yeah.
Because if you do, all of this is going to collapse, and we're all going to suffocate to death out here in just the utter dynamis in space, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Us diffusing ourselves out there is literally letting you move on. So you can't bring us back. And so, to them, they're literally sacrificing themselves. And even before the twins do it, Alice and Alphino get into a fight about, how can you expect player character, how can you expect Warrior of Light to keep going alone? You can't. We have put so much pressure on their shoulders. How can you just let us be sacrificed and make them be the one to shoulder this burden?
Yes.
And that was very powerful. So, really, really just powerful moment overall right there when they ended up sacrificing themselves to kind of show Medion that there's still hope. Right. So.
And hopefully, cut through to her, be like, hey, no, look, we're still, it's not all doom and gloom. I mean, we might, I guess she's looked all over the universe, and we're the only star left, the last bastion of hope, as Midgar Sommer put it, all those expansions and years ago. So that's another great callback on why he came to our star, because we're the only ones left.
Yeah.
Then we get to the top. We finish off that civilization and that arc, and we get to the top where we're supposed to get to this dead star, but we can't get any farther. Right? There's just, we can't quite reach. So we bust out our crystal, but we do something different, right? We don't bring them back. We bring back someone else who can help us in our hour of need. Who's our best friend now, Piers?
Well, we think about we can't bring back our friends, right? It's already been said we can't bring back our friends. Yes. So there's only a couple people who can probably help us in this situation. And two of the people that definitely can help us are two ancients who have this extreme power over creation.
Yeah.
And that would be Emet-Selch and Hythlodaeus, of course.
Our boys!
So, I love them so much bring now. Back our bros, dude.
I love them so much. They're such a good pair.
Yeah, they
Uh,
are.
and I wish I had my book. Oh, I have it here somewhere. Anyways, so Emmett uses his magics to basically light the way, and give us an entrance, which is this big hanging blue pussy thing out of the star. Just okay, and just a field of elpis flowers, which is
Yeah.
gorgeous, gorgeous moment to behold,
So
and
yeah,
really
what?
touches on to Medion and back in Elpis, and really reaches out to her. The flowers meant something to her.
Yes. Um, the two of them, Emmett and Hythlodaeus, are like, think about what you need right now in this time, like, and we'll create it for you. And so like we go into our hearts and we bring out the Elpis flower because we overheard when we were looking back with the echo at when Medion was being sent out into the stars, and Hermes promised her that he would give her a flower when she came back. And so we get these Elpis flowers out, and the fact that they're all still in bloom show in because they are very much flowers that exist because of emotion and hope. And when there's no hope and no, Dynamis is so powerful, they wither away. It's what happened to the first one that we had. Um, because of those flowers are around, Emmett's like, well, if you can't tell already, hope has power here, which means that you can bring back your friends now because they no longer need to fight their fight because it, this area is not all despair anymore. There's now hope here, and because there's hope,
Mm-hmm.
they can, we don't need their soul to sustain the place anymore or whatever. And
Well,
so
yeah,
we
this
use the
whole
power.
area is about Dynamis. It's a Dynamis area.
Yeah,
So it's all about the emotions, and the emotion power of the emotions. The power of Dynamis allows for creation.
yeah. And so, yeah, we can use the Azem crystal, the last power of creation from Hydaelyn, to bring our friends back. And so that's exactly what we do. And then after we bring them back, we can hear what Hydaelyn say, always walk in the light as the last of her power drifts away, which is really kind of powerful to me because this is kind of what she's been waiting for thousands of years, is to finally get to this
Yeah,
moment. And with the last of her power, we bring back our friends. We can finally, stop the final days. So I thought that was really cool.
it was really cool. Was absolutely really cool. I'm trying to find my notes because um, Emmett's message to us on why we should have hope and why we should keep moving forward. Because at heart, we're an adventurer, right? And I'm trying to find those notes, and I just can't find them.
Yeah, about what he basically spoils what the next expansions are going to be.
Yeah, basically spoiling the next 10 years.
Yeah,
Basically that whole soliloquy was the developer saying, hey, thank you for being with us this whole time. This is what you have to look forward to.
yeah,
Going to other shards, going to Mericidia,
mm-hmm.
going to hidden temples, going way out beyond Old Charlayan to the far reaches of the New World. I
Yeah,
mean, we've maybe seen half of this planet, and like there's still stuff to the south and west and east, and there's just so much to see. Not to mention all the other shards. So, um, the fact that he's touching upon us as an adventurer, another callback way back to ARR when we're on that carriage and we're just an adventurer.
yeah,
We're just looking to make our way in the world, not knowing that we're going on this epic adventure, to save our star and the universe.
mm-hmm.
Absolutely
Yeah.
awesome.
And he knows that he's like, as the bearer of that crystal, as the
Yeah.
inheritor of Azem's will, it's your duty to go out there and explore, just like he did. Like, it's in your blood. It's literally in your soul. So go out there, explore. Like, you still have so much more to do. So, like, that should drive you to do what you need to do. So I thought, yeah, that was a really, really cool little speech from Emmett before he before he
He waves
basically
us
offs
off.
himself again.
He waves us off again.
He's like, man, I'm not going to be kept alive by Hydaelyn's magic. That's just embarrassing, bro. Like, I'm going.
I'll never hear the end of it from whatever. No, yeah. I'm done. Yep. I will never see a finger snap differently, you know, if it's done way in the air. I'm like, yeah, that's Emmett. That's his move.
That's totally him.
That and the wave.
Yeah, and Hythlodaeus is like, in another life, I bet we're gonna meet again, and it'll be a great reunion. And Emmett's like, I don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah,
and Hythlodaeus is like, soon. Don't be like that, dude. Stop.
You love this guy so much, you know you do.
I mean, he smiles before he drifts away into the ether stream. So
that little sly little upturn of the mouth from Emmett. Yeah,
he's our bro. He knows he's our bro.
Yeah. Which leads us to the final dungeon, though. The last MSQ dungeon, I should say. The Dead Ends. Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
What a way to end with a dungeon. Like, how does a dungeon make us feel this much? Like, how?
It's a very, very. I mean, it's up. Like, Amarat was probably another really, really good dungeon. Another 90 dungeon too. That really made us feel how the developers wanted us to feel, and that and the Dead Ends are like spot on.
Mm-hmm.
For that, I mean,
another again.
Go ahead.
I was going to say another set of 3 different civilizations and their end, and we get to see it from their point of view. This one more action oriented, which I felt put a better spin and feel to it, because we had 3 sets of civilizations where it's more talking, conversation. This is very action oriented and really diving into their last days. And interacting from that perspective. But you were going to say something.
I was just going to say how they've been really good. The developers have been really good with making us feel like a certain way in the final dungeons of expansions. Maybe not so much with Aethrochemical Research Facility, but like I said, there was Amarat, there was this, and even Al Amigo, you felt really cool going in there and said Liberate Al Amigo.
You felt like Liberator,
I thought that they've done a really good job with that, but this might be the best that they've ever done. This is like the creme de la creme.
It was awesome. Even the bosses, like I love going back in there.
Oh, yeah.
I love doing those bosses.
They're actually challenging, and they'll kick your ass too.
Yeah. Dodge-a-Palooza on that second boss, right? Or was that the first boss? No, second boss.
It's the second. Yeah.
Second. Yeah. Just those tiniest little creases. Another place where I plan my rescues.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So sad.
Jeez.
But yeah, I actually can't wait to get my tanks up to do that dungeon, like specifically that dungeon. I don't know why, but I'm excited to do that one because it looks like a lot of fun to tank that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The second civilization, so each leg, trash to boss is one civilization. So the second civilization, did you get any feels from that? Like,
yeah, absolutely. The second civilization is probably the most realistic in like our world and what could potentially happen to our world if we let stuff like this happen, where it's just like complete and utter warfare. It's just like freedom fighters fighting other freedom fighters to see who can be more free, and just complete catastrophe and these horrific war machines that they've created to just destroy and kill and murder, and at the end of it, man. Yeah. At the end of it, right before you go to the next zone, man, that's just harrowing.
That was harrowing. I was taken aback actually. Like I had to take a moment. Like the group's wanting to go, but I'm like, guys, I gotta take a moment because that was I killed them all. He's all happy. Yeah, I win. I killed them all. And then he realizes I killed them all.
Yeah, dude.
That's
the president of the United States pressing the red button, man.
Yeah,
he's
it. That's all he's left on this world. As another callback, though, this is where that cocoon in the outside in the zone kind of plays, because that was kind of a relation to Final Fantasy 13 cocoon versus pulse, to the point where even the enemies were all Final Fantasy 13 enemies.
Ooh, I didn't notice that. Interesting.
Yeah, another thing to point out. Getting into the zone, though, like for the first time in the first civilization, you look around and you see the black ooze globes, and you're realizing that these orbs are really infecting the planet with their whatever that it was,
Mm.
crud, corruption. I feel bad for them because they just got taken over and decimated.
Yeah,
I feel bad for them.
The little helmet Namazu people didn't
Yeah.
stand a chance, man. They got plagued hard, dude.
Yeah, plague. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
And then the last civilization relates to me where Vana was back in the final days, back in Amuro. That this civilization found, peace and the perfect planet. So there was no despair or any negative emotion. So there was just stillness, basically. There's no highs, there's no lows. They were just there in perfection. So the only thing that they could do was ask for death and release. That's what Hydaelyn and Vana was trying to prevent, and why our people have been made to endure suffering so that we can enjoy the high moments and love and hope and stuff. So
yeah,
to the point where they created a being to kill them, right?
Yep. They literally, I'm guessing, just like primal. They primal something into existence to commit mass ritual suicide.
Yeah,
which
Please
is just
us.
kind of gives you goosebumps when you think about it.
Yeah, they were drinking too much Kool-Aid.
A little bit.
Yeah. That boss, though, that last boss. I wish I could time those.
The jumps?
It wasn't the jumps so much as watching other people made me miss my thing because I'm trying to do my thing as a healer. If I was a DPS, I'd just be caring about myself because I want to do my DPS. But when you're a healer in that type of fight, you're having to keep an eye on everyone else to make sure that they're doing okay, and sometimes you lose track of yourself. So, that fight has nipped me a couple times.
With that fight and the first fight, I'll both have instant death mechanics, right? So if you get hit by one of the plague puffs in the first fight, you have to incinerate or you die. Wow, excuse me. And in the final fight, if you get hit by one of the butterflies, you get doomed, and then you have to heal that person to full or they die. So as a healer, you can kind of panic a little bit. You got to worry about other people getting completely blown away.
Yeah, there was one pull where I had 3 people get doomed, and I was one of them. I'm like, I can't cleanse that. And by that time, half of the timer's already gone. I'm like, I need to heal to full. Nope, didn't have enough time.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, complete obliteration.
But this leads into another section where, we go from dungeon to trial, immediately to trial.
Yes.
I loved that. I love it when it does that. I don't know why. It's like action and then more action. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Just keep your adrenaline flowing, dude. Yeah, exactly.
Pumping. But before we get to that, I guess finish the story there. So we've now gone through 6 civilizations. Medion reveals her true face, and she's just pissed at us. And she just wants to end us, and we're wrong. And maybe it's not Medion per se. I think our Medion that we met with is not part of this. I could be wrong.
Yeah, we seem to have spoken through to the initial original Medion.
Yeah,
and she's telling her sisters to stop.
It's the sisters.
But her sisters are so screwed up at this point that they can't.
Yeah,
they
didn't have their own Hermes to guide them. They just had despair and death and nothingness. Excuse me. So they merge into one big Medion called Endsinger. Pretty terrifying. She really lets you know the true extent of her powers when she hurdles planets at you.
Yes.
She just forms them up and just hurdles them. And she's just indiscriminately just hurdling all these planets at Y'shtola and Thancred and Urianger, the twins and us. And we're trying to get out of the way. And that's when we come up with this brilliant idea. Back in the ship, before we disembarked for Ultima Thule, we had these little teleporter devices. We hit the button and we all teleport back. And once we get in danger, if we get in danger, we're going to teleport back to the ship. So us Warrior of Lights have this brilliant idea that we're going to hit the button and then throw the device away. So everyone else is teleported to safety and it's just us versus the Endsinger. I didn't like that. I wanted to do trust.
I mean, to be fair, they were being swept up in this giant tornado and about to get hit with a massive explosion of darkness power.
Yeah.
So yeah, we were saving their lives, but like, it did just leave us. So
I wanted to do trust.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
I mean, they did it for Hydaelyn. Why couldn't they do it for the very end? Come on.
Look, the party, the bros get a good scene in the final fight. So like, it's not like they are still with us, but just not in person.
Yeah. Where do we travel to next? We kind of go back, space? Don't we? No, we're it's just us and Endsinger. What happens then? Back on Atheris.
Oh, that happened before we even went up to the flowers and summoned them at Selkin.
Okay, well, yeah.
We did forget about the walk that we took, where we were forced into walk mode, and we went past all the shades that talked to us from our past. But it was before that scene that we saw somebody was coming to talk with Kryl.
Yeah.
Kryl sees like a vision of like the final days, and so she's like freaking out or whatever. But then like the weird like Karen Tartaru Lala person,
yeah,
is like, oh, someone is saying that they're a friend of the Scions and they're coming to talk, and you don't know who it is, but you hear like these footsteps coming, right?
Yep, the spurs, and you're like, oh, I know who that is. It's our boy Xenos.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why Kryl tells them where we are. Why would she do that? Why?
Well,
I know she tried to explain it, but it made no sense. Why would she tell him? I mean, he was used. I don't understand the story choice here. I just don't. I don't get it.
What do you mean story choice? Like
to have him involved at the very end like this, to come across somewhat as like a helper, and then back to his you versus me mirror match. Mm-hmm. Like, so Kryl tells him where we are out in space. I don't know how he finds us, out in the grand universe. Maybe trails our ethereal signature.
My theories. My guess is he's following the trail of our ether. Yes.
Yeah. So let's just say he does that. Well, he does that in a way where he becomes Shinryu again to chase after us, and that's how he reaches us in time. Apparently, it just needed to be that simple. We just needed to turn into primals. We could do it.
I mean, I guess if it's specifically dragon primals, because dragons are known to travel through the universe.
This is true.
Midgard Sommer. So.
This is true. And maybe she told him where he could find enough ether to transform himself down at the Mother Crystal, right?
He even says she let him gorge upon the last remaining ether of the Mother Crystal to become.
Yes, I forgot about that part. Thank you. He must have had one hell of a gorging.
Mm-hmm.
Engorging? No, what was that? You're gonna.
I was gonna say I like the whole Xenos part a lot more than I think you do. So.
Yeah. Xenos' arc is just dumb.
I like it, and I'll explain it. But
anyways, I mean, I understand the mirror aspects of it, but anyways, he comes in as it's just us versus Endsinger,
mm-hmm.
and he come in and he lets us right on his back because she's just trying to get away now, trying to escape, and he's chasing after her. We're riding on his back. He's the platform that we're gonna have our final battle with the Endsinger. This fight is dope, and I can't wait for the extreme. I hope it's absolutely difficult. I hope there's a great challenge. I love when worlds collide. That's what I call the planets.
Nice. That'll be crazy and extreme.
Yeah, and then time dilations and then re-explosions. Like the whole bit is awesome and a visual feast. The music, the best mashup of some of the best themes
Yeah.
of all of Final Fantasy 14, all combined into one. I kind of want to buy this soundtrack, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely one to look out for to buy if you want to buy any of them, because this was, incredible.
And maybe I'll get a minion, but it's a Blu-ray. It's a Blu-ray
Yeah, it's
soundtrack.
weird, but what do you?
They all
You get
Blu-rays.
like
You get a minion.
you
You get
a
Vitra.
wind up Vitra.
Yeah. Ugh. But they're like $40, aren't they?
Something like that, dude. I don't know.
Ugh.
I think Winnie wants it, and like we don't need two in our house, so I don't know.
Who gets the minion?
That's what I'm saying, dude. She'll want it. Oh well.
I don't know. You guys got to decide on which account is the primary account for all sorts of things like that.
Yeah.
Because my ex and I, we did not establish those rules. So she has my Kate Sith pre-order from A Realm Reborn.
Damn. That's a shame.
And yeah, that is a shame. It's the only pre-order one I don't have. Anyways, get back on topic.
Yeah.
That fight was awesome. The music was awesome. I can't wait for the extreme in 6.1. Right? 6.1?
Mm-hmm. Yep, 6.1.
Yeah, that's going to be awesome. Can't wait for that. I hope the weapons are dope.
Yeah.
And I hope they should give us a glowy version like immediately. Please. Whatever they are. I need a glowy version of the weapons light from Hydaelyn though.
That would be cool. Those are really cool looking weapons too.
Yeah. Your thoughts on Endsinger final fight?
Incredible. I don't know what else to say, man. It was incredible. The music was fantastic. The mechanics were fantastic. The theming was fantastic. Riding on a dragon through freaking space as your thing is throwing planets at you is just insane to me. It's like the most hype thing ever. Being destroyed or having to LB to keep ourselves from being destroyed and then immediately time warping back to do it again, and we all think we're dead, but then our bros come in and pray for us to be okay, and a big shield saves us, and the whole arena becomes light filled because hope is overflowing, but then like she starts to fight back and the darkness is kind of like fighting against the light, and we got to strike her down before she gets too powerful, but then our guys are giving us strength through like voice acting, and that's powerful, and it's like insane. Like I don't know if there could have been a fight that would have been better than that to end Endwalker. Like,
I did forget
crazy
about the whole limit break to survive, only for her to time dilate.
Yeah.
And do it again. You're like, oh, we're screwed. How do we?
Yep.
And then you're like, oh, that's story based. Okay. We're fine.
I've watched a lot of reactions on YouTube, and they're like, well, I guess we wipe. And it's like, nah, it's story, dude. Come on.
That'd be just absolutely cruel. But yeah, that's the end of the story, right? The end. No more after that, right? We just wrap this up.
Oh, I mean, they got to wrap up a little bit.
Ugh.
And so like we got to talk to Medion, and we tell we give her some hope. We touch her hand, and she can read minds, and she sees within us the hope and why we live, and gives her purpose. And so she decides to disperse her dynamis power throughout the universe to bring life back to the planets that were dead, which is really powerful, and I think it gives us a lot of hope. So she goes off, and she's like, look, I'll meet you back on the ship, but somebody did us a huge favor, and so we got to do a huge favor for him back. And plus, I mean, we're not his friend.
He says that. He says we're friends.
None of the responses that we can give to Xenos are friendly at all. The two
true.
that we have to give to Shinryu are like, I don't want your help, and if it comes down to it, I won't save you. So like those are the two options we have, and then the options that we get here, like right at the end, are not friendly options.
No, they're all aggressive in some way or form or fashion.
And so, like, look, as somebody
Which one
who
did
is
you
a
choose?
sucker, I chose the first one, and there's a very good reason for that.
Which was?
Which was that I can't deny.
Okay, I chose. It's time to end this.
So
I was like, this just needs to be done.
As someone who's a huge sucker for redemption arcs and stories, they're like my favorite stories of all time. I love redemption arcs in comic book stories and movies and everything in video games. I really like redemption arcs, and I this is I was very moved by the whole Xenos thing. Even though at the end of the day, if I was in my character's shoes, Xenos has done some nasty shit. Let's not mince words here. He is like his whole civilization, all of Garlemald is pretty much just screwed because of him, because he didn't
Yep.
care. He subjugated the people of Doma. He subjugated the people of Alamigo. Like, he just did not care. So, like, as my character, yeah, I think he's a little too far gone to be saved at this point. But the fact that there's even a glimmer of some goodness in Xenos, even if it's the smallest bit, like, just kind of warms that little cold, dead part of my heart. That's just like, yeah, there's a little bit of a redemption arc going on here, even if he is too far gone to be saved. So, anyway, yes, we have to do a favor for the guy who did us a favor. He gave us a platform to fight this god on. Now we have to fight with him one-on-one because that's what he wants. So, but he postulates some things to us. He says, listen, I think you're more like me than you like to let on. As in, I think that you get off on getting stronger and stronger and stronger and fighting more and more and more challenges. I think you like it.
Yeah.
And I think that each one of these things, each one of these challenges that you face, you want it to be the one thing in your life that brings you whole, that gives you, that fills that void in your heart. And then he says, like, isn't that true, adventurer? And that's when he gives you the three options to choose from. One is like, that I can't deny. One is the one that you chose, which was like, what, like, let's end this or something. I can't remember what the three are.
Yeah, I chose the let's finish this. This needs to end. Something of that nature.
And there was one that was more neutral that was like, I don't care what you're saying. Let's just fight or whatever. But I chose that I can't deny. Because me as a player, and I think even me, my character as Piers, if I want to role play as him or whatever, like I play this game to be challenged, right?
Sure.
And I think that the question he postulates to us is a very meta question, as in he's like talking to us as a player and not as our character, because I think he's basically asking you, like, hey, you like playing this game because you like to be challenged, right? You like to keep getting stronger and stronger, and you like to overcome more and more challenges. As somebody who's a triple legend, I love overcoming those challenges, and it makes me clearing an ultimate gives me that feeling. It fills that void that he was talking about for me. It fills that void of finally overcoming something that I was going after for weeks and weeks and weeks. And so I told him that I can't deny, and he loves when you say that to him, dude. He's like, finally, I've gotten through to you, man. Like, you know how I feel. Finally, like you live like, and you can be a hero. You can be a hero, but you can also, like, two things can be true at once. You can be a hero and do the right thing, but also live for that challenge, right? Yeah. And so that was my character saying to him, like, yeah, you know what? You're right. Let's go. Let's fight. Let's do this. And so that it was, and then the Endwalker Footfalls starts playing. I think that's what the song is called, and like that, just that moment hit so hard. I was like, "Oh my god, this is the greatest game of all time."
I will acknowledge that I do like some of the parallels, the mirror imagery. You know, our lust for power, but we are two sides of that mirror, where we derive our power from our friends and protecting. He's in it basically for himself. Even his new name, he gets a new title from his Garlemald friends, Viator. I believe Latin for traveler or voyager. We're an adventurer, you know, that was our trade at heart. So I do acknowledge and appreciate those parallels. I just think he was just a boring as hell character, and his arc is pretty.
They could have done more with him, I think, in Endwalker. But I think the turning point for his character was, and it's kind of a story point we kind of went over.
Yeah, we missed that. Yeah,
when he shows up to basically fight off the demons in Garlemald, basically just to get to us. But he's doing the right thing, but for the wrong reasons, right? He's doing the right thing, but for selfish reasons, whatever.
Yeah. If you kill him, then I can't fight him.
Yeah, all of the Scions are like, dude, why are you here? And then Alice is the one who's like, listen, man,
puts him in his place.
If you keep doing things just for yourself, just to find pleasure for yourself, no one's ever going to want to do anything for you. Why would the Warrior of Light ever 1v1 you again when you're just going to be a dick and you just do literally everything just for yourself? Like, you have to think about other people if you want to get what you want. And so I think at the very end, that clicks for him. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to go to the other side of the universe and help him out. And in return, he'll help me out. And so right at the very end, there's that little glimmer of him starting to empathize with people. But it's like I said, it's just too little, too late.
Yeah.
And so we 1v1 each other. It's the knockdown, drag out fight of the year. We're fighting each other. You know, we both go to 1 HP, but we're like going into our soul and bringing out the power within us. And
great question. How many times did you get knocked out?
None. The only time was the story one where you get him down to 1 HP and then he like knocks you to side with tidal wave and he beats the crap out of you. I was good. I was playing Red Mage though, so I'm really good at that job. But
I think I got down 2 or 3 times, and it was that laser that just tracks you, and I just I just couldn't.
Does a lot of damage.
Yeah, like
I
all of it.
I luckily had Vercure, so I just let that.
It did all my damage.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, maybe I should mitigate that. And the next time I came around, I forgot. Just, can I get it out of the way? No, you can't. Damn it. There's another knockdown.
Well, like he does that, and then he like Akh Morns too, so it's like a lot of damage. But
yeah, he could put out a metric F ton. Because he's part dragon now too, right? He's got Shinryu.
Well,
in him.
He's got a lot of ether. He's like part dragon. At that point, he has shrouded himself with his void scent, so he's like super duper powerful at this point.
Crazy,
but anyway,
crazy powerful.
So we fight him, and then we beat him, and then we go down to fisticuffs, and we're literally punching the crap out of each other. This is like an MGS4 Old Man Snake versus Old Man Liquid Snake on the top of Metal Gear, just beating the crap out of each other. Like that's what I got out of this, and we're just literally fist fighting to the end. And we obviously get the upper hand, and then we punch him so hard he backflips, and then we basically spent everything within us. We're like at
we're both collapsed on the ground, like gonna die.
And so he postulates some more. He basically says he's like, my whole life I've never understood what drives other people. Like it never made sense to me. Everything seems so petty. Everything seems so non-consequential. And I guess this is probably like a sociopath talking. He just doesn't empathize with people. He doesn't get it. And he's like, was it worth it for you? Someone who had been born into this world, given a name, set out into the world, like, was all of this worth it? And then you start to like flash back to all the things that you've done in life.
Yeah.
And he says like he's like, and then he dies. And so you're just sitting there at the end of existence, basically dying yourself. And then out of nowhere, one of those little teleporter things comes down and teleports you away and leaves Xenos at the end of the universe dead. There are a lot of there's a lot of speculation out there, and I do agree with this. I agree with it. I'm sorry. I agree with it.
Never come back. Do not come back.
No, I'm not saying that he's coming back. I think that in Xenos' dying breath, he is the one that brought that teleporter to you. I think his hope for you to live was enough that it brought that teleporter back to you and got you out of there.
Okay. I can maybe wrap my head around that, but he better not ever come back.
Like I said, that glimmer of goodness in him, I think he just wanted you to live because he knew he was going to die. But he was like, you know what? I'm just going to, you did what I wanted to do, so I'm going to get you out of here. And so, because this whole area was defined by Dynamis, right?
Yeah.
So I think in that last breath of hope, he brought that teleporter to you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. It's a good thought.
Yeah, that's
but I don't like him.
Yep, that's fine. That's fine, dude.
He's been so boring for so long. Anyways, after that, we get back to the ship. We get scolded for doing what we did and teleporting everyone else away while we fought one-on-one, and we travel back home, and heroes welcome. Everyone's so happy to see us. Tataru at the forefront, right? She was like,
really the heart of the Scions, right?
She is. She's the heart of the party. She's the true heart of the party. All those rumors that she's the final boss. Yeah, whatever. Tataru.
That's like Darth Jar Jar kind of stuff right there, dude. Come on.
Well, then, that comes from back in Stormblood, right?
I think it was Stormblood with her
when she wanted to learn summoning. She wanted to help in combat, and then she had that moment where she just like He smiles evilly at us. We're like, oh my god, she's gone crazy.
Final boss.
She's the final boss. But yeah, that's just, she's the heart of the party. She's awesome.
Yeah, for sure.
And then we get to what's next?
Well, yeah, we get teleported back to the ship, and all of our people are freaking out that we're dying, and they're all crying. At least Ali says crying. Everybody's crying.
Yeah.
And then we come back, and we're good, because of course we're good.
Of course we're good.
And then, you know, all the Scions are talking, and Thancred's like, what would have happened if you died? What would, you know, how would you think we would have made us feel? And if I'm acting like I'm harsh, it's because we care. And, you know, everybody's all freaking out.
Yeah. That's the difference between Xeno and us. We have these friends that care about us.
Exactly. And so everybody's happy, and we fly back. Yeah, we fly back to the place, and then Tarkoth comes to greet us, like you said. And after that, it's we're back at the the credits play. The credits are really nice, and
yeah,
we get to see, you know, we're walking with our Scions, and then, you know, the Emmett Selk and Hydaelyn and Venar are walking towards us, and, you know, we pass each other. It's very like they're passing the torch onto us, basically, because their world is gone and our world is living on.
It gave me Final Fantasy VII Remake vibes. The end of that, like, chills.
And then, of course, it shows, like, you know, all the characters, and then it shows Warrior of Light, and then it shows our characters.
That was an awesome moment right there, and I wish I had, like, the forethought to, like, take a screenshot of that exact moment.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to get one.
Is there a way to replay those credits?
I don't know. I'm sure that, well,
New Game Plus?
New Game Plus is coming out soon anyway, so you can just do that.
Yeah.
But,
New Game Plus is probably the way to do it.
And then we're basically put into a scene where Alphino is writing a letter to his parents about the disbanding of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
Shh, it's secret.
But it's all a ruse. Basically, they're disbanding the Scions, but they'll still be in contact. They're still an organization. They don't want the whole world to rely on them all the time.
They're not going to be an organization, but they are, I guess you would say, a fellowship.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, everybody goes their separate ways, which is really cool. You can actually go out and see the Scions in different places, at least like the lesser Scions. Like, I was in Gridania, and you can see, like, Ochre Boulder and one of the other people just chilling there, and you can talk to them about what they're doing, and that's really cool. But
nice.
But yeah, you get to talk to all the Scions and basically telling them what they're going to tell you, what they're going to do, and, you know, Kryl and Grahati are going to try to rebuild the students of Baldessian, and Estinian is going to go hang with Vitra because they're dragon bros, I guess.
Yeah, wasn't he offered a job though by Ishgard Prince?
Yeah.
As a guard, he's all no.
Exactly. That's a thing. Thancred and Urianger are just gonna go, like, chill somewhere, and, like,
they're gonna travel the world, aren't they?
Yeah. Yshtola's gonna go, like, hang out with Matoya. She said she had a book to get out from the Google library or something.
Yeah,
so she's gonna
I was hoping for some options where, like, can we go out on a date? Can we?
Yeah, right.
Can I take you? Can we go hang out? You know. Love you, Yshtol. You're the best. Anyways,
twins are doing their own thing over in Charlene, I'm sure. And then they're all like, "Well, what are you gonna do, dude?"
Yeah, and then that was the end.
They turn to you, and you're like, "I'm the fucking Warrior of Light. I'll find something to do, guys. Don't worry." And then that's the end. It says the end. You can see
to be continued.
Medion fly out into Mordona towards Silverfall Tears, by the way, or Silver. What do you need? Silver
6.1.
You know,
6.1.
So maybe we'll be going there. You never know.
Miss of the Realm. I'm excited.
So, but then, of course, it shows a little teaser of Pandemonium with the kid,
Themis,
the little white-haired kid. Who the speculation is that white-haired kid is Elidibus. So, yeah.
Well, wasn't that Themis?
Yeah, Themis. Yeah, but Elidibus is the name of his seat, so his name could be Themis before he becomes Elidibus.
So we're thinking that. Okay. Gotcha. And then that's a discussion for another time.
Another time, yes.
Because we have been going 4 hours. 4 hours, crazy.
So long that patch notes have come out. Let's just go over those, too. Let's go over
6.1 patch notes. Let's go. Okay, ready. No, we're joking.
Paladin's buffed. No.
Next time we come back, we'll probably be talking about story for Pandemonium, and hopefully we'll have all of Savage done, so we'll give our thoughts on that. But yeah, that's a wrap for the show here. Thank you all for joining us. Hope we had a good viewing. Piers, where can people find you?
Same old places as always. You can find me sometimes streaming radio_Piers. Trying to get more into it, but I'm in the process of moving. I know you can't
That's
really
rough,
tell
yeah.
back here, but in the next 2 weeks, I should be in San Diego. So
Word.
hopefully I'll have myself unpacked there and I can get into streaming more regularly. So do come hang out, radio_Piers. I play a little bit of everything. So that'll be a lot of fun. Of course, you can find me on Final Fantasy XIV. If you want to send me a tell, we can do something, do a dungeon or something. Piers Harvey on Leviathan. Come say hi, of course. But where can people find you, Tark? You're all over the place, man. Where can they find you?
Pretty simply, Tarkoth Gaming at Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. You can find me on the Primal Data Center on Excalibur, Tarkoth Solo. Come hang out. Love to do a dungeon with you or whatever else. Yeah. But yeah, that's about it. Thank you all again for joining us. Hope you had a good night. And until next time, take care of yourselves.
See you guys.